What I'm trying to say in the final analysis, once we take control of ourselves, we have to stop being imitators and be innovators. We realize we've got a continent 12 million square miles. Wherever our bodies are on the face of this earth, our cultural and political heartbeat is in Africa. Whether you ever go to Africa or not, that is your home, that is the home of your spirit, and that is the heart and meaning and definition of your commitment. And none of us, any place in the world, will be free until that continent is free.
The Masi Warrior Clan was created because myself and others like Brother Nahisi saw a need for a young African group to analyze information concerning the African phenomenon with no bias, with rigor, and with scholarship. We created the Masi Warrior Clan for the purpose of being an expert research team, of being a team that produced products, a team that was capable of producing products for African people globally to dispel myths, rumors, and provide them with accurate scholarship.
afternoon. It's your boy Sean P. in the place to be, man. Make sure you like the show, share the show, tell a friend, we're live. Today we're going to review a debate from the Debate League, which is Psychopatheist channel. Him and whoever running the channel, they have a debate league. It's not the debate league that you would see or debate tactics that you would see on other platforms. I'm gonna be very critical today to them. I'm gonna be very critical to the debaters. I'm gonna be very critical to the research question and the methodology displayed in this. And then I'm gonna tell you the truth based on evidence, not feelings, not emotional ties, nothing that has to deal with any type of relationship or the mere factor that someone might be an audience's favorite or fan favorite. I don't give a right? At the same time of me being uber critical, there will also be me providing praise. And I'm going to get into the praise because I want to start with that. Like I was just on the path of starting with that. I want to continue to start on that before I go in the other direction. And the reason that I want to do that is because when I'm being uber critical, somebody going to get emotional. Somebody going to be in their feelings. Somebody might want to have the audacity to try to respond. So this debate league is positive. The reason that it's positive is because of the topics. It's about real shit. About who once was, or something that impacts and involves us through legislature or in our active communities as of present. So the league isn't focused on mythology. The league don't care about you being an Abo, a Commission, a Hebrew Israelite, a Christian, a Muslim. Let me know if y'all can hear me okay. How you gonna tell me that I started off late? Your motherfucking ass wasn't even in the channel. Sit down, shut your grade school teaching ass up, and listen to what I gotta say. How about that? So anyway, I'm gonna review this debate, right? And I'm gonna give you my honest feedback about the debate. But I am also gonna tell you that the people that are hosting these debates are lacking in some areas that they need to themselves shore up. There is bias here, and it shouldn't be a bias. If you expect people to debate topics, your expectations for from a presentation standpoint shouldn't be condensed to slideshow style presentations only. What I mean by that is when Lucky debated, y'all took points off Lucky's skull because of a fucking the way he wanted to present his information wasn't according to how y'all wanted him to do that shit. And that was bullshit. I've debated people or had people present information to us on this channel and in other instances where the motherfucker showed up, JJ, showed up with a notepad and a TV screen behind him with a notepad and wanted to argue about Khufu and and who built the pyramids. And then he started talking about some Akashic records and aliens as a Hebrew Israelite living in that white girl house that he just whooped. We had Yodi on here. Yodi sent me a Gmail file. I pulled his Gmail file up and it just had some bullshit on it. And we put it on the screen and then we listened to this fool try to argue about history off of that. Yes, we want to see some type of form of presentation or a slideshow that we could actually see and read true. But because you can't read it, you fucking got ears. Listen to what the fuck is being argued. So if Lucky's getting deducted points because you can't hear and you just trying to see, that's a you problem. So I'm critical of little things, right? The other hand, I don't think y'all formally understand that when y'all come up with these particular titles, there is a methodology that is required for them to stay within the confines of that to answer the research question and provide the actual evidence for you to decide on the debate who is the actual winner or loser. There shouldn't be no tie. We shouldn't be going to the crowd. If you got judges, your panel should be able to know the research question, know the answers, and understand the debate topic without going to a fucking audience. And the reason that y'all had to go to a fucking audience in an instance of this previous debate is because you didn't understand fully who argued and answered the research question. Then you take into account some shit that's over. The question and answer round. And you're pointing the question and answer round. Harvard don't do that shit. Where y'all get this shit from? I know it's new. You might want to keep it. I don't know. I don't give a fuck. But it should impact the rounds that are used to argue the research and answer the research question. The question and answer can be its own entity. But the presentations or the information that's being argued should not have an impact whatsoever on the overall of the dealing with the research question. Man, I think y'all do a phenomenal job with your topics, right? And then you let anybody come on that motherfucker. Y'all got goddamn V-Note over there debating. He had several debates. And I'm over here like, V-Note is not a debater. V-Note isn't even a researcher. V-Note lacks comprehension. I can say that about several motherfuckers, but I'm speaking specifically about a motherfucker with a speech impediment. No real education, no real methodology, no real comprehension. The boy still think he locked up. And y'all let him on the panel and debate. So you let anybody on there. So my point is saying that is, if that's what you're going to run with, and you're going to open the doors up to all of the nonsense, not real nonsense, but what I mean from an academic perspective, the ignorance, then y'all got to tighten up as well, because y'all got to know this shit better than they know this shit. They can't be doing all that preparing, studying, researching, copying and pasting, all that old shit, putting these slides and shit together. That shit take up a lot of time. And then y'all are undecided on who answered the research question. So those are things. But like I said, there's going to be some shit that I'm going to say, and it might piss a couple of people off, and it might rub people the wrong way. But I don't care. Because if you in your feelings about something, that means that you being defensive about something, and you can't take what I'm saying, right? You can't remove the emotions out of what I'm saying or how I'm saying it. That's a you problem. Ain't a me problem. It's a you problem. My delivery, I don't care. My delivery. However, It is up to you to hear what I'm saying and then extract it or be defensive. It's a critique. This debate is a critique. Everybody gonna feel some kind of way about something that's being said. My point in this is I don't even review y'all shit over there because I know y'all don't fuck with me. I don't see y'all on the Masi, not when Ben live, not when COVID live, not when I'm live. I don't even know if some of y'all in here to be over there in there. I just know that some of the people that are watching y'all debates do be here. And then they come over there and support or whatever. I don't see none of you niggas. I don't even know y'all like that. I don't see y'all names in the comments. You see what I'm saying? So that's why you don't see me commenting on y'all stuff. I might listen. I don't say nothing. You know, I don't promote y'all shit. Shit, why? I don't promote y'all shit for. You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't fuck with what we do over here. You know, hey, it is what it is. We ain't like that. We review y'all shit. We just don't say nothing. Who want to be the next Malcolm X? Not V-Note. All right, man. So I'm going to get this off, and then we're going to move on. So I appreciate everybody tapping into the show today. It's your boy Sean P in a place to be, man. Make sure you like the show, share the show, tell a friend we're live. This debate transpired between two people. One is in the chat, and I don't know the other dude, so I can't even really speak to him. But apparently people like him. He's a fan favorite. People vote for him. Y'all love this stuff. I don't, because I'm uber critical. The reason that I'm uber critical is you got to know the research question. The research question is, should the state government bear responsibility for slave reparations? You have one person that is saying the federal government is responsible for slave reparations. And you have another person that is arguing that it's not the federal government, it's the state's responsibility. So, in order to argue for or against, you need a historical timeline to set a precedence. That is the very first thing that you have to do when you're organizing your facts. Is you got to get all this shit together, and you have to create this timeline. And then you have to tell a story. And then you have to use your evidence in telling that story to speak to the research question and answer it. Once you establish the research question, all the other shit don't matter. Y'all got him asking her questions in the question and answer that ain't had a mother freaking thing to do with the debate topic, and then he gets in his feelings. Oh, yeah. This particular league. You see what I'm saying? So what we have to do is know the subject matter too. Know where the evidence is coming from and be able to uberly critique that evidence before we come up with a decision. That's why it might even be it might be best if you do something that ain't no other league in the black community has done, and that's insert 2 or 3 fact checkers. Let's distinguish the fact from fiction. Because if this is a serious, I guess I think my main problem is this topic, right? As it pertains to who owes reparations, the federal government or the state, is a serious fucking topic. This topic is so serious, right? That this debate should spark another debate about this debate and then redebating the debate. For black people in America. Black, I understand that the audience is, but if you got a panel with judges on it and these same people are doing an after show and having a commentary about it, brother, your judges should end all be all. 3 judges is all you need. They all need to know the subject matter, and they all need to be firm on who answered the research question, despite their feelings or and the fact that if someone is a repeated winner or a rookie or whatever the case may be. Straight up. All that shit is fluff to me. The reason that I say fact checking matters is because they don't have to insert anything in the debate. They don't have to deal with your debate style whatsoever. The fact checkers can help the judges get to the point of who's telling the truth, who has the correct information in the middle of the debate. The fact checkers ain't for the audience. The fact checking is for the judges. These people can be in communication with the judge about this point, that point, this and that. It has nothing to do with how you argue the evidence. Right? I remember posting a video about a debate between 2 individuals at Harvard University. There was these white people up there. They were arguing affirmative action. The white people get up there, they saying all this shit, trying to protect the white face and the whole 9 yards, and then a biracial female gets up there, gets the microphone, and goes to work on white people. A white girl gets up there and argue with the biracial girl. Then the biracial girl says, so what about legacy? I don't need to tap Ron. Ron got 10 FBA pages. Ron, I'm not going on your channel, your platform to talk to you or discuss nothing. You don't know about black history. You don't know no black historians. You don't know whether female or male. You don't know nothing about the struggles of the strides of the transatlantic slave trade. You don't know none of that, bro. You are biracial. One of your parents is white and one of your parents is from an island somewhere. And you a tether and you trying to cover that shit up, bro, because you grifting. I'm not going over there. You a grifter. Fuck out of here. But anyway, these two females are going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. It was the art of it. Neither one of them had slides. Neither one of them had anything to show, but it was a literal debate in the middle of a class of like 2,000 students. No, I ain't talking about James Collier at the moment, bro. But anyway, man, I'm glad everybody here, man. I'm done ranting. I was just trying to buy a little time to get people in the building so that we can get this thing going. But my point is about the debate that the fact checkers can help the judges. The judges can come to a decision. If you got 3 judges on a panel, that's really all you need. But those judges can't have bias. They have to be unbiased, and therefore they also need to know the subject matter. If the judges are aware of the subject matter and what the facts are around the argument, then, or if they don't know the facts around the actual research question, then the fact checkers can provide the evidence to the judges to say, point here, point there, point here. They giving you y'all going over points. They give you your points. The fact checker should be able to boost your points. That's all I'm saying. So you got Ron in the chat. You got Ron in the chat trying to promote his channel, y'all. This is one of Ron's 82 channels that he got. Ron commented on one of our posts. You know, I'll be posting shit about history and things of that nature. And he commented from 2 of his pages, and then he went back and liked them from all That's what y'all get. So I'm not exactly shy. He ain't got no information. Ron sit over there and gossip. He need to go in a beauty shop or a barber shop. He ain't got no motherfucking information. I'm not wasting my time. Let me cut my camera off. Let's get to this real deal action. So here we go. I hope they don't be trying to strike the channel either, man. All right, so again, the research question, this is what they're debating. Should the state government bear the responsibility for slave reparations? One side is saying that the federal government is responsible. The other side is arguing that the state is responsible. Hold on, before I start this debate. The debate. This motherfucker in the chat said that Ron is a success. Ron been on on YouTube for 15 years. His unbiased Ron page was a sports page. It never got off the ground, ever. The dude was only having like 6 people in his chat. You calling him a success because he's grifting off a subject matter that seems to gain the attention of not only the African people, the African Americans that want to go over there and argue with you stupid motherfuckers, but you stupid motherfuckers that don't even know who the fuck you are. You running around here in a new age cult because of Tariq Nasheed. If he wasn't grifting off Tariq Nasheed, none of y'all would know who Ron is. Ron created all these splinter channels, just like I know that's Ron. That's why dude in the chat saying that Sha. That's why he in the chat saying Ron is a success on YouTube. Come on. We all know Ron talking in third person. But anyway, let's go. Hit that like button. Hit that like button, Ron, from all your pages.
All right. Pete and Black Power family, it's your boy Psychopath Black at you. Now I mean, with another debate for the 2026 debate season was really, really hood out there, family. Let me get some ones out there. Let's make sure everybody can hear us clearly before we get into all this. Let me get some shout outs while I'm waiting. Let me see.
Yeah.
All right, that's what's up. All right, so let's.
Hello, everybody. So today we're here to answer this, the foundational question of justice and governance. Should state governments bear the responsibility for reparations for slavery? I say that they definitely should. Okay, so first, before we do anything, let's ground ourselves with some definitions. Slavery is defined by Merriam-Webster as the practice or institution of holding people as chattel involuntarily and under threat of violence. In the state of a person who was forced, usually under threat of violence, to labor for the profit of another. Responsibility is the quality or state of being responsible, such as the moral, legal, or mental accountability. And reparations are government actions that repair past harm through compensation, restitution, or structural investment. And of course, the states refer to the U.S. state governments as political entities. So with these definitions in place, my burden is simple: to show you that the states and not the federal governments are the appropriate and effective and obligated actors to repair the harms of slavery. Because states were the primary perpetrators of slavery. Slavery was not created by the federal government. It was not enforced by the federal government. It was not maintained by the federal government. Slavery was a state-level institution. It was built, legalized, and protected by state governments. So because the harm was created at the state level, the repair must also be handled at the state level. So states have the constitutional authority and duty to repair the harms, right? So when we're trying to determine responsibility, like we should ask these 4 questions. Who wrote the laws? Who kept the money? Who owns the tools to fix it? And who has the duty to the citizen? So state level reparations are more precise and more effective and more achievable than a federal like one size fits all plan. Because like Maryland's history of slavery is not Texas's. Mississippi's is not New York's. Everybody has a different history with slavery and will owe differently when it comes to their responsibilities to the descendants of slaves. There are some states that were not even here, when slavery started. So we are not debating. Let's start that. We're not debating Jim Crow, redlining, black codes, or any post-slavery discrimination. We are talking specifically about the harms of slavery itself, the original injury that states created, enforced, and profited from. I'm not saying that the federal government had no hand, or the states didn't stand idly by, but the United States was a baby country, trying to get away from the governing hand of England, and the states had the federal government's hands tied in sovereignty, right? So we have to remember that, slavery was wrong. It violated the most basic civil rights. These legally enforceable guarantees of equal protection and equal opportunity, it denied millions of people their humanity, their labor, and their families, and their futures. And a harm of this magnitude demands repair from the institution that actually caused it and fought to protect it. So states should definitely, right here, bear the responsibility for slave reparation because responsibility follows the harm, and because states created, maintained, and benefited from the institution of slavery. I do not want also for us to think of today's times and how we are in the United States, how we have become one big entity and everything else. Yes, we're still fighting states' rights versus federal rights, but that is what was happening with slavery. It was states versus federal. And so we have to understand that in this institution, right, that states were the agents. Even though the states came together to make a federal government, the states were the agents in this. And the states are the people who should be repairing what the states did to the people and their descendants. Okay, then I'm done.
Don DeMarco.
All right, family. That's the end of Honey's opening. Let's bring.
All right, so let me get into that real quick. I said it in the chat. I think she did a really good job opening in her introduction, defining terms, and then explaining what it is that she will be debating on, or her position, I should say. She did a really good job of that. So that lets you know exactly where she stands in this debate and why she stands where she stands, and then what evidence, well, a hint at what evidence potentially could be to argue for this debate, and what information or evidence that is not required in this debate to argue it. So she immediately put you on notice to let you know that there are these things that don't matter to this particular topic. I'm not saying that the government didn't have a hand in this, or this. I am saying who bears the responsibility for this specifically. She's telling you, oh, I'm not saying the government didn't do this. I am saying who bears the responsibility for the actions of this. And she was crystal clear on that. So because she was crystal clear on that, all you should hear from her is about things from that side of her argument regarding the research question. Now, we're going to listen to the brother. I guess his name is Taz or Tazar. I don't know who he is. He could be a Hebrew Israelite. I don't know. But we finna hear Taz intro, and we'll get into that. So far, it's spicy.
Taz up here. You gonna be sharing your screen, Taz? Are you there?
Yeah, you can share me up.
All right. Let me know whenever you're ready.
I'm ready.
All right, right after the bell.
So tonight's debate, should the state government bear the responsibility for slave reparations? My argument tonight will be no. At this point, we've seen enough, and we should not even want the states to bear the responsibility. That will be the argument I'll be coming from tonight. Black Americans have never been able to trust the states.
Before I let him go, damn, and I knew he was gonna say something that would make me stop this shit. In his introduction, listen to him again.
So tonight's debate, should the state government bear the responsibility for slave reparations? My argument tonight will be no. At this point, we've seen enough, and we should not even want the states to bear the responsibility.
Pause. That is an issue for me. He says, he takes the latter. He says he does not want the states to take responsibility from him. He's seen enough. I don't know what that means. If I'm in a debate, if the debate topic is who's bearing the responsibility for reparations, and you're saying not the states, and you're going to put it on the federal government, or however you about to argue this, right? For the people who probably never seen it, the first thing you did was exactly Pianki. Personal feelings. That's the first issue in this opening, was the mere fact that he started with his personal feelings. There's a total contrast between the information presented from Honey's opening or introduction to this brother's, because his first words are his feelings. Her first words was, after introducing herself, was defining terms and then setting her premise. This brother came out and immediately began to cry. What have you seen from the states that would warrant you to feel like personally, no? We didn't come here for your personal opinion. We came here for the actual facts. My bad.
That will be the argument I'll be coming from tonight. Black America. So tonight's debate, should the state government bear the responsibility for slave reparations? My argument tonight will be no. At this point, we've seen enough, and we should not even want the states to bear the responsibility. That will be the argument I'll be coming from tonight. Black Americans have never been able to trust the states to do the right thing. So as we get ready to go into this debate, I do want you to understand the core parts of my argument. States' rights is how we got slavery. States' rights is how we got a lot of the issues after slavery, one of those being Jim Crow, with tonight's focus being on slavery. The reparations claims that we're seeking, all of those historically will be looked at through the challenges put through the federal government, because the state history of that is very minimal. In terms of achieving the reparations conversation, we have to look to where that could even happen at. Does the state have the money to pay out the reparations? Are the states even capable? Do the states have that desire? If we take all of those arguments and just put them into one about the federal government, what the states desire do not matter. We do have to look at the history of this country and the states that all of this conversation center around, and ask historically, would those states even capitulate when the time came to give the money up? You see, we have a history in this country, and most of the history points to progress coming through federal legislation. not state legislation, including the end of slavery, an institution that was operated by the states. We could also argue that the federal government had to stop slavery. If not, it would be in process today because the states were not looking to stop it. And based on states' rights, it seems they would have always kept the institution in place. The federal argument has a wide range to it. The federal government does have the ability to pay for it. There's a larger, more documented history surrounding the reparations conversation when we include the federal argument. So there's no way that we should be looking to the states to apply historical framework for reparations when a lot of the states in this conversation were not slave states. States were not even here. So tonight in my argument, again, I'll be touching on the history that does not allow for us to rely on the states to make it happen. The history of the Civil War, the history of the Confederacy, the history after the Civil War and the Confederacy, which is known as the lost cause, in which the South has never accepted the loss, meaning that they wouldn't be looking to reparate anything. They would be looking to take back over. State-sanctioned violence against Black people is something I'll be talking about tonight, something that the federal government had to step in and stop. Again, it could be argued that if the federal government does not step in to stop it, we don't know what the states would have allowed because they never stepped in to stop a lot of the things that were happening post-slavery to Black people, and certainly have never come together to create a reparations argument, even though the documentation is clear in multiple states. We'll be looking at some of those issues tonight. We'll also be talking about the issue of states' rights and how it's been used to infringe upon the rights of Black people since Black people got their rights and before, which would be the time period in question of slavery. Without federal oversight, there's no way that the Black American population can look at the state's governments and believe that anything would happen to our benefit. Alabama, Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas, California, to name a few states, we have to conclude that if we throw all of the states in a box, we can get one result that would be beneficial to us all. Presenting 51 different arguments, which would be the 50 states, including another one, which would be the District of Columbia, 51 different arguments don't come together to make a good argument for the Black community to champion the reparations cause surrounding a state-based argument. So again, my argument will be taking 51 arguments and making them into one. Good luck to Honey tonight. Thank you for the judges for coming out, and I'll see y'all in my round.
All right. He had a lot of personal feelings in this introduction. We didn't get any definitions or terms being defined by this brother. So this immediately tells me that I know how he's about to debate this topic without ever seeing a debate. Just right here, right? He said a lot of things, but on his screen, he only has a few things. You didn't see no slides. You didn't see something. You didn't see anything. You saw these little things that he wanted you to see on the screen. This guy is going to argue from the perspective of the 1860s. Before or after the war. He said he's going to he's going to argue for the federal government to better responsibility, and the states were broke. How does the federal government get its money? Where does money come from the federal government? Is there any money that comes from the states that funnels into the Fed? What system is used? Why is everybody paying taxes? So he conceded twice to Honey before his argument began. He admits that the states is how slavery began. He also admits that the states would keep slavery if someone else didn't intervene in that business. I don't know if even being, if you're a judge and you're paying attention to that and you're hearing that for the first time, that you just heard Honey argue and demonstrate, and then you just heard the Taz argue and demonstrate, and both of those demonstrations did not look the same. Because y'all remember, y'all visual people, so y'all take and deduct points off people's presentations. So therefore, I'm trying to figure out, how is this person's presentation not really presenting, and then the one we just witnessed by Honey is presenting. We're getting slides, we're getting words we could read, we're getting things that we could see, right? As she's speaking, she's staying on her script. Whereas we got a brother that put some shit up and then start reading off a notepad, and we can't see it. However, he says, so those were two things in his introduction that he blamed the states for. Well, really three. He said he said the states started it. He said that the Fed had to intervene because the states would have kept slavery. And then he says the states must be broke, ain't got no money. And he says he does not trust the states because that is how black people, we the black people, got into all of this. So let me be very clear again. When the first words out his mouth was emotional, his personal feelings. But he also mentioned black people. See, if you weren't paying attention to that, he mentioned black people. So twice, I caught him twice trying to appeal to y'all emotions, which is a fallacy. And in a debate, the judges are supposed to be able to catch fallacies when someone's trying to appeal to somebody's emotions. And what they're saying isn't just primarily based on fact. There wasn't much fact being presented in this intro round, even though he was setting his premise. But, you know, like I said, it's different strokes for different folks, because we got somebody defining terms and then laying out their premises, and then we just got somebody that just came out the woodworks with emotions and then start arguing their premise without defining any fucking thing. We don't know what reparations mean from this dude. We don't know what responsibility mean from this dude. We don't know nothing. States' rights was used to infringe upon the rights of black people while avoiding federal oversight. So that's one of his points. The first question in this sub-question of who's responsible for paying reparations is, if he's arguing that, the first question that I have for him is, right, when he uses state rights was used to infringe upon the rights of black people while avoiding the federal oversight. When was the federal government established? First question. If that's your argument, that's what you're riding with. When was the federal government established? Once we understand the historical timeline of this transatlantic Holocaust that our ancestors endured, we need to paint the picture. Don't skip 1526, 1526 or 1619. You can't skip. You can't skip 1667 and then bring me up to 1780, 89, 87, whatever the case may be. You can't skip the 13 colonies that will later bloom into, et cetera, et cetera. You didn't give us that. You said that you would be establishing the historical framework for reparations. Then you went on to say the Civil War, the Confederacy, the lost cause. That war wasn't even about black people. In a sense. It was about the industrial age, in a sense. We was just little pieces. We were pawns in that argument between the North and the South and being able to move everything forward. What's going on, Jehudi in the building, man? Make sure y'all subscribe to that specific channel right there, and Jehudi, my other YouTube channel. Everybody, man, if y'all are in the building listening to me right now and you ain't said nothing in the chat, click on the subscribe to the channel. I guarantee you're going to get some fire information coming from my brother. The next part of that is he says, state-sanctioned violence that the federal government stopped. Again, he is conceding to Honey in her argument that the states are responsible for this whole shit pile. Now there's three things that he mentioned. The states sanctioned violence that the federal government stopped. If you don't have a federal government established for damn near 100 years, 100 plus years, what did they come in and do? Exactly. Who's running the shit show? So again, in his introduction, I already have a problem with the way he's presenting information. It seems more like the same old cherry picking arguments, and that, you know what I mean, it's the same steps with different topic. And then you have someone else that is defining terms and setting the premise to argue the premise based on the responsibility of. Remember, in the title of the debate, it says, should the government bear responsibility for slave reparations? I want you to hone in on that word, because that's a key word, responsibility. So now we're going to be looking for from him examples of the federal government being responsible for slavery. And from Honey, we're going to be looking from her responsibility of the states being blamed for slavery. Then we got to figure out who bears the burden of paying for it. What up? So let's go. Let's get into it.
All right. That's the end of the opening round, family. Let's get ready for the premise round.
By the way, Psycho does a great job with his graphics. If I'm going to be uber critical, I'm also going to be on your side on a lot of shit. Come on, man. Red, black, and green, thick thighs save lives. Come through and put up the premise round. You know what I mean? Come on, man. You can't beat that.
All right. Let's get Honey's clock together. Let's make sure she's ready. All right. I'm ready.
By the way, y'all, her daughter did her eyelashes. You see them things is like 4 inches long. You know what I'm saying? She just bought her a microphone. You know, she got a background going. You know what I'm saying? See her yellow ass on there trying to talk about she dogging at somebody, bro. I cut my camera on right now. You see this. But let's go.
Ready whenever you are, Honey.
Okay.
You ready?
Yes.
Okay, right after the bell.
Come on, Psycho. I see you come through with the the lowercase c. You came through earlier with the capital C. Then you came through with the lowercase c. We still loving it though. Rocking the fro. You know what I'm saying? There you go.
Okay, everybody. So let's start with this from the beginning, because remember, what we're talking about is the responsibility for reparations. Okay, so let's start in the beginning. Before the United States existed, all 13 British colonies, later the 13 states, had enslaved Africans. Enslaved labor was foundational to the economic development of almost every colony. So the Revolutionary War, the newly freed colonies, which are now the states, didn't want to put too much power into another centralized government like the British Crown that imposed taxes and laws without local consent. So they decided that they needed to have state sovereignty. Okay. So the 13 original states were not a monolith. There were like 13 separate countries with vastly different economies. The North relied mainly on shipping, fishing, and early manufacturing, and the South relied on agricultural exports, tobacco, indigo, and cotton, and the labor of enslaved people. So the states wanted to keep their sovereignty so they could pass their own trade laws and protect their specific economic systems without interference from other regions. So, under the first governing documents, the Articles of Confederation, the U.S. wasn't really a single nation. It was like a League of Allies. States.
Hold on. I don't think that y'all heard this. I want y'all to hear this one more time. She said the 13 original states were not a monolith. They were like 13 separate countries with vastly different economies. Let me be clear. You got the reason that it was not a monolith. You got different people in different states. What do I mean by that? Let's just use a quick example, right? Let's use a quick example. Who founded New York? Who is responsible for what we know today as New York? Who founded New Jersey? Who founded Maine? Who founded South Carolina? Who founded Maryland? If the 13 original states were not a monolith, they were like 13 separate countries with vastly different economies. Who was finding or founding these places? That has to be a part of understanding the beginnings of all of this. You got all these different people showing up. They're showing up. So when I asked y'all about New York, you got the Dutch here, the British here. Who else you got here? I just named the Dutch and the British. Who founded Massachusetts? Rhode Island? The British. You got all these different people that are actually here. So to the point, right? And this is why I stopped it, because it's uberly critical to, and I keep putting it in the chat. And for those who are catching the replay, your timeline, you have to establish it. This is a very serious topic. I'm patting her on the back right now. You can say it. You can say, "Oh, you been nope." I'm gonna be extra critical of her in a moment, but I'm just telling you right now how important it is to do this. Spanish Florida, like you got all kind of stuff going through in these different colonies. That's why it didn't operate as a monolith. They operated as separate states. So hold on, because this is a key factor what I'm trying to say. So if we're going for reparations, and as an example, just an example, if she's arguing that the states are responsible, the Dutch would be responsible for reparations for black people that were brought to and dropped off in areas where the Dutch operated. The British would be responsible for the states where they did their X, Y, and Z. The Spanish, etc., etc. What you're going to understand is there's someone bigger than just the federal government that is responsible here. If we hone in on the states, because right now you're showing the colonies, and in those colonies they have these different people showing up earlier on. Chavis said a bunch of effing immigrants. All right, let's go. But no. I want y'all to hear this part what she say real quick because it's significant here.
Agricultural exports, tobacco, indigo, and cotton sovereignty. Okay. So the 13 original states were not a monolith. There were like 13 separate countries with vastly different economies. The North relied mainly on shipping, fishing, or early manufacturing, and the South relied on agricultural exports, tobacco, indigo, and cotton, and the labor of enslaved people. So the states wanted to keep their sovereignty so they could pass their own trade laws and protect their specific economic systems.
The states wanted to do what? What did they want to do in their interests?
Their sovereignty so they could pass their own trade laws.
They wanted to protect their sovereignty to pass their own slave laws. You got to catch these jewels. You can't be listening to be listening. You got to catch the jewels. The debate topic is, should the state government bear the responsibility for slave reparations? This is what I mean by trying to KO a motherfucker in the first round. I ain't got time to just argue with you for 2 hours. Let me get your ass out of here in this first round. And this is what the judges don't know. You don't know when someone's getting their ass knocked out in the first round. She already set it up in the introduction. Now she done wiped you down and told you why the states is responsible. Here's why they're responsible. Because they wanted to protect their own sovereignty and create and set up their own trade laws. So now this brother gotta untangle all of this when it's his time to go. He gotta untangle this. This is one of the most important. What she said before was uber important, but this slide right here, as it pertains for blame and who owe, he gotta untangle all of this, and I want to see if he's up for the task.
Agricultural exports, tobacco, indigo, and cotton, and the labor of enslaved people. So the states wanted to keep their sovereignty so they could pass their own trade laws and protect their specific economic systems without interference from other regions.
Without interference from other regions. We want to come here, establish our own shit, and then set up our own laws so we ain't got to deal with nobody in these other parts. Oh, that's what they doing up there. Let them do that shit up there. We ain't doing that shit down here. If that's what they doing over there, let them go do that shit over there. But we ain't doing that shit down here. If they over there doing that, let them go on over there with that. That ain't our business. This is our business. If somebody come around us, this is how we operate. Let me give you an example of that. If I come to your house and I start changing the order of how your house operate, you gonna take offense to that. Because that's not how your house operate. I can't come in your house and call shots. The saying goes, when in Rome, you do what the Romans do. Now she has to build on the previous slide. Because that was the smack in the face. The moment she said that the states wanted to protect their sovereignty and establish their own laws to do trade. Now, what else? Let's go. What you got right here?
So, under the first governing documents, the Articles of Confederation, the U.S. wasn't really a single nation. It was like a League of Allies. States kept their own currencies, and states could impose tariffs on one another.
Hey, you hear that? You know, you see what Donald Trump doing to everybody in the world, right? Imposing tariffs on every goddamn body. She just sit here and said that each state could pull a Donald Trump on another state. Now, you in the chat, and I know you listening. This is the problem that I have. Because you just set up the slap in the face with how the states wanted their sovereignty and to establish trade and to set their parameters and also, you know what I'm saying, deal with these tariffs. Now you're finna take me somewhere else and skip me in the timeline. You finna skip some important pieces of things that you could have used to mount your evidence on that point. You was just blaming the states. You're still blaming the states, but I'm saying you was just blaming the states and you just laid down what these states was doing to each other and how they wanted to protect themselves against the other states and establish their trade and bidding wars with one another. Why am I at Shay's Rebellion on this slide? When there's some intricate history that can be dealt with when the first peoples arrived, or the more they began to bring in these people that we're calling African or from Africa, so to say. But let me let you argue your shit how you want to argue your shit.
Till Shay's Rebellion. So Shay's Rebellion happened in Massachusetts, where Massachusetts was demanding taxes from farmers who didn't have the money because they had just come back from this Revolutionary War. So farmers, led by Daniel Shay, commandeered the courthouse and stopped foreclosures in Massachusetts. Well, the governor asked for federal government help, but they had no authority to send troops from other states to help regulate that state because, like we said, they were sovereign, a bunch of little nations. They couldn't just commandeer somebody's troops to come here and help you. So that they decided.
Pause. Good point. I mean, even though you went up in the timeline, good point. Shay's Rebellion, that's a good point. Right? Even though you move in the timeline a little faster than I would like for you to move the timeline after that slap in the face. Shay's Rebellion is a good point because you just showed the people coming together, shutting down the courthouse. The courthouse tucking their tail, trying to call the damn federal government, and the federal government ain't got no say over this shit because they can't send no help because the state is a sovereign state. Ain't nothing they can do about it. Nothing they can do about it. Nothing they can do about it. But you still moving a little too fast. Slow your motherfucking ass down. Shit, we 15 minutes into this round. I mean, we 2 minutes and some seconds into this round. How long is damn round? 15 minutes? Yeah. Come on, man.
That was a problem, right? So they got together and decided to make a constitution, right? But we had federalists like Patrick Henry, who give me liberty or give me death, who had an issue with this because what they saw was, they had PTSD from England. Oh my goodness, y'all going to put this governing person over us. And once again, we will not have our sovereignty. We won't be able to do what we want to do in our states. So they created the Constitution and gave it the 10th Amendment. The 10th Amendment is giving the states sovereignty. Basically, what it says is that if the power isn't written in the Constitution, the feds can't touch it. Okay, so like education, health, things like that states run, not the Constitution because it's not written in there. Well,
wait a minute. Why would you make that point and then transition off the point? You beating dude up. He's on the ropes and he ain't even had a chance to really defend himself. You got him on the ropes and then you let him off the fucking ropes because you transition into something else after making valuable key points. Say it again. They weren't listening.
It's governing person over us. And once again, we will not have our sovereignty. We won't be able to do what we want to do in our states. So they created the Constitution and gave it the 10th Amendment. The 10th Amendment is giving the states sovereignty. Basically, what it says is that if the power isn't written in the Constitution, the feds can't touch it.
If the power isn't written in the Constitution, the feds can't touch it. So what? Say it again. If the power isn't written in the Constitution, the feds can't touch it. So what happens?
Okay, so like education, health, things like that states run, not the Constitution because it's not written in there.
So the shit the states run, healthcare, education. There's a host of other entities that the states run that the federal government can't even say nothing about. That point is another slap in the face. How could the federal government be responsible for reparations when these states are sovereign and these states are running their own entities and setting up their own trade, and these certain laws prohibit the federal government for even intervening in them because they don't have the reach. It's not that you're literally still on point. It's the fact that there's other points inside of these points. Whereas you could have driven a point home, you're not driving the points. You're making the point, but you're not driving the point. What I mean by that is when a motherfucker's trying to kill what is them things called? Count them vampires. When someone's trying to kill a vampire, do they just poke the vampire with the stake? Or are they taught to drive the stake in the heart of the vampire? You have to drive the stake in the heart of the vampire, fat-headed ass girl. Take the stake, drill it. No questions. We ain't leaving it up. We ain't leaving it up for no chat. Drive the point home, make the other mini points inside the point, and get up out of there letting them know. Because right now what you're doing is you're teaching people that ain't even familiar with this shit who thought they had a grasp of it. You're educating people unknowingly, so you have to be your mama, you got kids, your grandmama. Teach the babies. Damn. Letting this dude off the hook.
To run, not the Constitution, because it's not written in there. Well, what else wasn't written in there was slavery, right? So slavery was fundamentally governed by state laws. Individual states authored the slave codes that defined persons as property because state sovereignty granted the power to create these property rights. The legal tort lies with the state that established a mechanism of enslavement, right? So we have state slave codes. State slave codes were written by the states. Okay, so they gave slaves few rights in court. Their testimony wasn't admissible against any litigation involving whites. They couldn't make contracts. They couldn't own property. They were property. So one of the slave codes was written in Virginia, and it was a law stating that a child's status followed the mother. And other colonies adopted the same rule, ensuring slavery reproduced itself legally within the states. This was to combat, when the owners would have...
Pause. Okay. So to you feel like you're hitting your points and that you're making those points. But to me, your timeline is why I keep saying you have to establish the timeline and walk us through that timeline, because you just went to Shay's Rebellion. Then you went to then you talked about the 10th Amendment, and now we're back to a law, but the law, the Virginia law that was passed, is in a period to where they began to work on who is and who is not considered a slave. So now we're getting this act, and that's coming from 1662. So don't take me forward and then bring me backwards. Walk me strategically through these examples per your timeline. Ain't no goddamn reason for that shit. Because you still can make the same points and get to the same rhyme of reasons in order.
Children with the mothers, it would ensure that the children were still slaves because the mother was a slave. So after the U.S. banned the international slave trade in 1808, Virginia became the primary supplier of enslaved people to the Deep South. By 1836, an estimated 40,000 enslaved people were sold out of Virginia in a single year, roughly 24 million for that region, which is like 800 million today, right? Enslaved people were a major asset in South Carolina. Between 1850 to 1860, the value of personal property, which were mostly enslaved people, rose from 65 million to 185 million. Tax revenue funded canals, port expansion, infrastructure supporting rice and cotton export economies. And Mississippi was one of the richest places. And the percentage of slaveholding families was 50%, well, 49%. By 1860, the concentration of wealth in Mississippi River Valley made it where it's the largest concentration of millionaires in the United States. So under the 10th Amendment, the powers not delegated to the federal government were reserved for the states. Slavery existed through state slave codes, not a single federal law. So states created, defined, enforced, and profited from the legal category of slave property. So following the Revolution, Southern states insisted on representation in Congress based on enslaved populations, but resisted the corresponding taxation. The Three-Fifths Compromise was a demand driven by states. States such as South Carolina and Georgia compelled the federal government to adopt the compromise to safeguard their state-level wealth. The Three-Fifths Compromise counted 3 out of every 5 enslaved people for congressional representation and federal taxation, which increased the political power of slave-holding states. So they basically kind of held the federal government hostage, like, well, we can leave or you can compromise with us. You know what I'm saying? And so to keep them from succeeding, they created this compromise, which in turn gave slaveholding states political power. Well, who got the money? State treasuries were filled. Per capita taxes on enslaved persons and transaction fees domestic slave markets. From 1808 to 1865, state budgets in the South were heavily reliant on domestic slave trade. Each sale generated a taxable event that funded state civil services. These funds were not transferred to the federal government. They remained in state coffers, fueled localization, industrialization, and infrastructure.
Pause. Another point. Another point. This is a bar. Who kept the money? If the federal government ain't got the money, who got the money?
Slave trade. Each sale generated a taxable event that funded transaction fees, domestic slave markets. From 1808 to 1865, state budgets in the South were heavily reliant on domestic slave trade. Each sale generated a taxable event that funded state civil services. These funds were not transferred to the federal government.
So the funds were not transferred to the federal government. And in my brother's opening introduction, he says that the states ain't got the money, they broke.
They remained in state coffers, fueled localization, industrialization, and infrastructure. State chartered banks enabled the financing of the slave trade through predatory lending backed by enslaved collateral. Public universities benefited from the land grants and endowments specifically tied to the labor of enslavement, and states provided the legal framework for slave insurance, allowing owners to recover losses as if persons were cargo. So slavery was codified by the states, not the federal government. Slave states had a federal advantage in representation because of the Three-Fifths Compromise. Slavery helped the slave states become wealthy through taxation of slaves as property tax, insurance on slaves, and loan collateral. Slavery provided the money for infrastructure and public services for slave states. Okay, the first states to abolish slavery, right, was Vermont, Massachusetts, New York, Rhode Island, Pennsylvania, and Connecticut. This is before 1865 when it was written in the Constitution, right? So while the same states had the autonomy to keep slavery, they also had it to stop slavery and abolish it.
The debate over. The debate over. She just told y'all that here's a list of the states who abolished slavery, and they did it before the federal government. They did it before any of that. Others chose not to abolish. It was their right. Every slide, there's hinted information in there that's bearing the responsibility. And one of the responsibilities is the money. So if the states were keeping their money and using that money to continue to develop their states, and they're not getting this funding from the federal government, then how the fuck are we issuing blame to the Fed? I'm telling you, when this dude go in 7 minutes, he has to unravel all of this. He has to show us that the first state who actually abolished slavery was forced to abolish slavery through federal laws that had been levied down to them initially. Was that the case? We know the answer to that. Then he has to show that the money that the motherfuckers was making off the slave trade was funneling back to the Fed. Because there has to be a responsibility.
And these states did that. So now we have this Civil War. Okay, we all know about the Civil War. Abraham Lincoln was against the spread of slavery to Western states, while Jefferson Davis, standing for the Confederacy, protected the institution of slavery and states' rights. So Jefferson Davis was basically saying, hey, we left England because we wanted to have sovereignty. We wanted to be able to run our own stuff without a government telling us everything to do. We're not a monarchy here. Okay, so we have rights as states. And because you all in the North don't need slaves, you're discriminating against us in the South because we do need them. Okay, and you're messing with us if you try to stop us from having this institution. Okay, well, Abraham Lincoln, he was famous for his Lincoln Douglas debates during his term trying to run for senator. So it was him and Stephen Douglas who had debates about slavery. Douglas felt like the new states be able to choose, while he felt like, no, they should be free, right? So when he won without any votes from the slave states, they realized that their power was diminishing. But in his inauguration, he said, I have no purpose to interfere with the institution of slavery in the states where it exists. I have no lawful right to do so and have no inclination to do so. And he was correct. He could not do anything because slavery was not written in the Constitution, and federal government couldn't touch anything that wasn't in the Constitution per the 10th Amendment. However, he beat him. They won. The Union won. And when they won, he put it in the Constitution. So the 13th Amendment in the Constitution abolishes slavery and involuntary servitude throughout the United States unless you are convicted of a crime. So essentially, that means if you are convicted of a crime, you'll be back in the institution of slavery in these here states. Well, when that happened, Mississippi, Virginia, Arkansas, all the southern states, their wealth went down. And their wealth went down because their wealth was dependent upon their land having free labor. So when the collateral, which was on the slaves, were free, and then your land has nothing to till it, yes, it goes down tremendously. So that just shows how much the states were getting rich off of them, not the federal government, right? Which is why the states has a responsibility to them, not the federal government. So if we go back to this 13th Amendment, except as a punishment, right? The states definitely take advantage of this. All states except Alaska operate some form of state-run prison industry where incarcerated people produce goods and services for state agencies, right? So like Texas, Alabama, Louisiana, Mississippi, Georgia, all of these people, they still run plantations and everything else where slaves or prisoners work there. So if I was to get arrested and go serve 10 years servitude in this slavery, right, and be found that I was wrongfully convicted of a crime, completely absolved, I'm wrongfully convicted, who do I sue? Do I sue the federal government or do I sue the states, right? You sue the state. Okay. And these laws the states have laws for this. And the first people peddlers, the Virginia, has laws about putting people into slavery right now. If you are a convicted person and then you're found to be wrongfully convicted, they're going to give you $55,000 a year, right? Not only that, on top of that, you get up to $10,000 for tuition for career and technical training with the Virginia Community College system. And if you died, then it goes to your estate and your heirs. So I guess states can and do make repair for damages done by its own institutions of slavery. States pay for wrongful incarceration, even when federal courts overturn a conviction. States pay for discriminatory housing policies. States pay for police misconduct, even when federal law shapes policing, because the entity that pays is the entity that did the harm. So are we drawing the conclusion yet? If states profit from incarcerated labor, including labor performed by people later proven innocent, then states must also bear responsibility for restitution. States directly benefit from prison labor, and states, not the federal government, run the prisons. And when wrongful convictions happen, states pay the compensation. So it aligns responsibility with the benefit. State reparations should be indicative of the amount of harm that each state did, not only to the people, but to the rest of the country that had to be complicit in their operations. Half the country didn't even exist when slavery was an institution and definitely had nothing to do with it. So why would they be paying with the nation if the federal government decides to step in and pay reparations? That's everybody in the United States paying. If it's state to state, that's different, because then these things will align with what the states had to do. The constitutional divide between state rights and federal one is why we have differences across the borders today, like, state driver's license, state run their own elections, and state laws on things like marijuana, right? So in today's time, the federal stance under the Controlled Substance Act, marijuana is a Schedule I drug, right? However, over 38 states have legalized it for medical or recreational use, asserting their sovereign right to regulate health and commerce within their own borders. Well, the problem is just like Shays' Rebellion. The federal government cannot make a state police officer arrest someone in the state, or the federal government cannot force state employees to do. And they use this money, these millions of money, for state infrastructure, right? So if marijuana all of a sudden is seen to cause a debilitating injury, would it be the federal government's issue because they didn't stop the states? No. We'll be looking to the states that made it legal to utilize some of the money made from it to help alleviate the damages caused by it. I am simply asking for the same thing for slavery. So who wrote the laws for slavery? The states. Who kept the money? The majority of the states. Who owns the tools to fix it? The states. And who has the duty to its citizens? The states. The states are responsible for the repair, not the federal government, not everybody else. That's my time. Thank you.
I was criticizing her during her slides. It was a good argument. And I call it a good argument because the keyword responsibility. I don't think many people understand the severity of that word in a debate setting. Who is responsible, right? The states. Because at any time, the states could have ended the shit. They could have been ended it. But because of the protection that they had under the law to be sovereign, to broker trade, to handle the business the way they did, it became a bigger problem. Because these white people that then came over here and established these colonies did not want to be like they was in Europe. That was one of the main reasons that a lot of them immigrated to America to begin with. Was to go be somewhere and do the shit that they wanted to do on their own time without motherfuckers hovering over them with them crazy attitudes. That was crazy work in that round. That brother got some untangling to do. Is he up for it? Or is he going to use his feelings and emotions?
All right, family. That's the end of Honey's premise. Let's get Taz up here. Let's get his clock together. Let's see. You there, Taz?
Yeah.
And I will say this. We're going to be looking for the same evidence from Taz. We're going to be looking for him to argue his premise with evidence, examples. But more importantly, he's got to show us where the Fed is actually collecting dividends from these states up off the slave trade. Sorry. Let's see you do it, bro. Let's go.
All right. Let me know whenever you're ready.
I'm ready.
All right, right after the bell.
So I'm here to argue today that the reparations conversation in regard to slavery cannot happen at the state level One of the reasons why I'll start with is the history of reparations being paid out. When it comes to the
Pause. Give me a second. We just seen Honey Clark argue and talk about the establishment of the colonies and how the colonies evolved and how they evolved in the states and how they got these rights as states and how they set up trade and how they want to do business and all of these things. It's what we saw from her. This brother immediately comes out with no foundation ever set, no definitions, no terms, none of that, no methodology. And I told y'all what it was. I said it. I said that it would not be no methodology. And then y'all took shit from fucking Lucky, and this Negro slide ain't even. Let me let him go. Don't be quiet. I'm 5 seconds into this shit. 15 seconds. I already got a problem. 15 seconds into this shit. I already got a problem. Because it's crazy. The expectations are crazy. All scholarship ain't equal. Some shit ain't scholarship.
history of reparations being paid to any group in this country, you don't find any state historically that has ever paid reparations for anything. Today's specific debate being slavery, we have to recognize that there's only one entity in this country historically that has ever paid reparations. And that's where the conversation starts at. If we're going to close the wealth gap, we have to deal with the history that opened the wealth gap. Slavery and post-slavery policies prevented wealth accumulation among Black people. These profound, enduring economic disparities.
One more time. Appeal to the emotions, using jargon like Black people, white people, closing the wealth gap. We ain't even at the point of establishing a wealth gap. We understand that there is a wealth gap. You ain't even showed me the establishment of the federal government and its purpose. You went immediately into who paid reparations and for what. We don't even know what you're talking about. So immediately we are clueless. The mere fact that the judges on this panel have already, based on what I've seen so far, thus far, have decided the way they decided, shows me that they either favor this dude or they do not favor her.
Or why you see such a wealth gap. And again, that history of slavery needs to be dealt with, and it has to be dealt with as a country, not as one state by state issue. Repairing that present day.
What are you talking about? Did you not just hear the presentation she just had? You couldn't tweak something? You couldn't tweak something in real time when she just put up what she just put up. She gave you examples of these motherfuckers creating laws to dictate their trade. She just told you about sovereignty. Now you want to attack a system that does not predate the systematic. Man, you got me first. All right, racism as a system in America is already slavery as a system in America is already established before the fucking federal government ever existed. By 100 years. 100+ years. So a whole lot of wealth was already accumulated by each of these states. What you don't understand is, as these slave owners were accumulating wealth in these states, and these states were profiting off the slave owners directly and even indirectly, they were able to establish things that created opportunity that led to immigration from more Europeans to the Americas to be able to get 400 and 500 acres of land just right off the whim and be able to set up shop and do, if they could afford it, and be able to set up shop to hire indentured contract workers and then turn around and have slaves. You went right, bro. You went right into reparations and talking about money, bro. No historical timeline established. No words no terms defined. Sorry, it's frustrating. And then the way your shit look, since they had something to say about Lucky shit, bro, this shit ain't no better.
Damage caused from those systemic issues starts with taking a look back at the
again, appealing to emotions. Everybody already feels a fucking way about the slave trade, about the wealth gap, about all of these goddamn things. You don't need to play with my fucking emotions in the middle of a debate when you saying we need to charge the federal government. Show me why we need to charge the federal government. We all know the heinous shit that was held against us. We know that. Tell us why we're going after the wrong person. Listen to me. If I'm in a crowd of 10 people and I'm blindfolded and one person comes out the crowd and slaps the shit out of me and everybody saw who slapped me and everybody talking about it, and then I hear it, but I don't see it because everybody talking about it. I'm not going to blame everybody for slapping me. Y'all are talking about it. I want the motherfucker who slapped me. You understand what I'm saying? So why should we be going after the federal government in this conversation? Where was that established? It hasn't been. We're a minute and 18 seconds in. You didn't establish it in your introduction. You haven't established it here. You just went right into trying to just claim reparations. But go ahead.
Transatlantic slave trade and the theft of labor that we can look at today that built this country on the backs of the people who are largely ignored. When we talking about reparations, we talking about rebuilding our communities, investing in education, housing, businesses, maybe even cash for people who are descendants of those who lost their wealth, their inheritance, their land. And these conversations need to move forward. Thus far, they haven't. So I don't know that Black people can afford to even take the route of discussing the state when the reparations claim from the federal level has its own argument that works very well and is historically sound. Reasons for the federal reparations claim would include allowing slavery to continue. The states continued slavery all the way up until 1865 when the federal government had to step in and stop it. But they always had the power to step in and stop it. They didn't. That's an L for the states. That's a humanitarian crisis that the federal government allowed the states to perpetrate onto people in their jurisdiction. Not forcing those states to pay those reparations over all these years is an L the federal government has to hold, because there's no pressure on the states to pay those reparations that the states should owe, which is why we cannot say at this point.
So you made a claim earlier in your intro where you said that the federal government had to get involved in abolishing the slave trade or stopping slavery. So the federal government can intervene to stop something, but the federal government can intervene to have some to get the money. So it's like God. God can only intervene when God get ready to intervene. But the minute you need that motherfucker to intervene, God don't show up. That's what I'm hearing right now. That's the equivalent of what I'm hearing right now. Is that, oh, they can intervene to stop something, right? But do you know why they even intervened to stop it? That wasn't even established in the debate by you. The federal government only got involved for a particular reason. The industrial age, because the federal government and the union could benefit the union. The union could benefit from the industrial age, which would bring a profit directly to that same motherfucker you saying that could intervene, but then all of a sudden couldn't intervene. I know it's a objective perspective. Mine too. Mine too.
States bear the responsibility because it's going to be the federal government that has to come in and step on the states and their understanding of what it is that states' rights truly is. Historically, it's had to happen multiple times. It'll have to happen again.
What are states' rights? We don't know. You never told us what the states' rights are. Honey established earlier what those laws are. She told us what they was, but you didn't tell us what they are. So we don't know what you're arguing. Are you saying based on what she said that the Fed has to come, the government has to come in and do X, Y, and Z against the state? No, we don't know. Bro, listen to me. If this ever gets back to you, I want you to understand something. You are appealing to emotions. You are having an emotional conversation with someone who's having an intellectual conversation. We're having two different presentations. You arguing from feelings and her presenting historical information, something that is tangible that we can fact check and confirm. We can't fact check and confirm your feelings because you keep trying to put the onus on the Fed without establishing the purpose of the Fed. You haven't once told us the reason the federal government was put into place anyway. You keep saying what they can or what they can't do or what the limitations of it is, but you haven't even established any of that. That's the problem that I have. And then you got these talking points on your slides and you're not presenting the information. We don't know where your source is. Where you coming from? Where you coming from, bro? You saying that they ain't forcing the states to pay, you can't force the states to pay reparations, blah, 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 blah. We don't even know how the money is coming into the federal government through from these states because that ain't been established. It's empty here. I got a big old box that I'm waiting to put information in and the shit's empty because all I have is your feelings. That's what I mean by when you're truly debating, people have to remove their bias. He don't even know how to do research because the first thing he should have did was challenge his own position when he was putting this shit together. If y'all got the same research question, the debate topic,
Should the government bear the responsibility of slave reparations? I got the same topic. How is her shit that much different from your argument? We ain't got no timeline, bro. You went right into what I said earlier. I said he finna start this shit in the 1860s, right before and after. And you did exactly that. You did exactly that. And the reason I didn't watch this, my friend, you could tell that I didn't watch this. I just told you that I was gonna react to it. And I only know bits and pieces from conversation. And because I know the subject matter, when I know the title of a debate, and I'm familiar with the title of the debate and what the talking point should or should not be, then I know how the shit is going to go. If I don't see the right type of information or hear the right things coming from a person, that's how the judges should be. This shouldn't be me now. You favor Honey Clark because that's one of your students, or she be over here, yada yada. Fuck all that. She'll tell you straight up and down, bro. I don't give a fuck about none of that. Hey, it's cuss me out, get mad too. Call me bitches and all kind of shit. Kick me out of chats, all kind of shit. All of it. So I don't want to hear none of that because that ain't even the reality of it all. Ain't got nothing to do with her. It's based on the information primarily, and that's it. And this is a problem because we talking slides. Look what my nigga doing with his slides. Everything is an image that he made. This ain't in presentation form. I feel like I'm being hustled. And this your king? This your king. You telling me this your man's? This dude right here that is arguing that we need to go after the federal government is your king. There's something truly wrong with y'all and how your debate, your system is formatted. If this is your fearless leader. I'm gonna let them get through this shit. I'm gonna try not to even interrupt. Because I told y'all when her first round put so much information in front of you and talked about so many things that was historically accurate that he had to unwind all of that, and he still ain't told us when the federal government was established. She did. He ain't did none of that. And she didn't establish all of these points on your behalf. You ain't even referred to anything that she had said prior. You're just blindly arguing this shit from feelings. You feel like we should be charging the fucking federal government.
The government has to deal with the trauma that it failed to stop when it allowed slavery to build with businesses and institutions in these different states that fall under the federal government's jurisdiction. We know it falls under the federal government's jurisdiction because of the Supremacy Clause. The Supremacy Clause says that when there's an issue in this country, it always comes back to the federal government. So all responsibility at the end of the day is going to come back to the federal government based on the supreme law of the land, the U.S. Constitution. So while one may feel that the state should bear the responsibility, ultimately the documentation says the responsibility lies upon the federal government, and it's incumbent upon the federal government.
What documentation says this? Here you is with a quote from a dude from 1810. James Madison, 1810. You got the 1808 federal government makes slave trade illegal at the bottom of the slide. Goddamn. So how long was the fucking slave trade in full effect if it's made illegal in 1808? They were bringing people over here since before 1619. 1619 commemorated this shit because of the colonies and all that old shit is being established. So you're telling me from that period of 1619 as a marker, as a base point, till 1808, this shit was running rampant. And the Fed, when was the Fed established? If we're going to be honest, the Fed's established around 1797 or some shit around there. 1779, 17, oh, somewhere around there. Hold on. Let me quit lying. Let me be specific. 1789. So from 1789 to 1808, how many years is that? This is what you want to charge the federal government with. From 1789 to 1808. 17, 16, 17 years? You want to say that the federal government is responsible for 17 years of some shit? Oh, yeah, I said, no. 17, my bad. So 1789 and 11 puts you right at 1800. And then 8 years after that. I don't know what you count in the chat, Musa. $29 years. Yeah. I seen you. I mean, we just break. Listen, we ain't trying to confuse nobody. If the Fed isn't established to 1789, that's it. That's it. We still don't know. There's so many unanswered questions. There's so many unanswered questions. We're talking 19 years of responsibility, to be exact. We're talking 19 years of responsibility from the establishment of the federal government. That ain't enough. When shit was going on 100+ years before that. But you never established the purpose of the federal government and the intent and purpose of the federal government.
To make sure the states are protecting the citizens. When they're not, that federal government was supposed to step in and take care of it. Historically speaking,
See, you did it again. You just said it. Listen to what he just said. What somebody was supposed to do.
The states are protecting the citizens. When they're not, that federal government was supposed to step in and take care of it.
Did that happen? No, that didn't happen. So why would they supposed to do that? Why would they bear the responsibility of doing that to a sovereign place who set up its own trade and they saw fucking us black people as property, nigga? They saw us as property, not people. We were not equal to them. We were property. So why would the federal government get involved in another man's property? Are you not understanding that? They treated us like fucking TVs, gaming systems, desktops, laptops, cell phones, tennis shoes, shirts, pants, underwear, soap, merchandise. We showed up on the world trade, bro. We were not considered human. It was property. Why would the Fed intervene in property?
Historically speaking, when the federal government outlawed the transatlantic slave trade in 1808, they knew that states were still perpetrating slavery within their borders. The federal government.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Just because they said you can no longer go to Africa and purchase Africans and bring them back doesn't mean shit, because the institution of slavery was still in play until the abolishment of slavery. I'm going to say it one more time. What the federal government stopped was people going to Africa, purchasing people, and coming back with those people. Or even in the islands, or going to the islands and getting people and following them up. That's why you have an illegal slave trade era. You got this slide up here as the government is saying slavery as an institution just ended in 1808. That was not the case. So what you're doing in your presentation right now is, again, you're trying to trigger me. So you're playing with my emotions and my intelligence. And I'm not saying that you don't know certain things, and I'm not speaking directly to your ignorance. I am telling you that you are committing fallacies 5 minutes into the whole time that you're talking. You're presenting fallacies, no historical data that was 100% accurate, that could be fact checked and confirmed. You are basically, to me, freestyling. And I'm saying you're freestyling because you don't have no methodology. You're not answering a research question. You haven't set forth you haven't laid down the foundation for anything. You never defined anything. And then you're not giving us examples. You haven't done none of that. She set the bar in the debate. You let her go first. She set the damn bar in the debate. I guaranteed you, if we heard you first and her second, then it would be a different conversation. Because now it's night and day, and you really would have looked bad. You going second behind someone who set the bar. It's crazy. No pun intended. And then you ain't even, bro, if this was a pole vaulting contest, you ain't even got yourself up off the fucking ground to even attempt to get over the bar. You letting her put that work on you. And she had pseudo. Her ass like astrology. And all that other weird ass shit. Crystals and shit. Sage. You got a half pseudo whooping your ass in the debate. This shit crazy.
Allowed it to happen. This is where the responsibility for the federal government begins, because you don't have to be.
Whoa. If this is when the responsibility of the federal government to begin, what happened 100+ years before they bear responsibility? Who's responsible for that? Based on your argument, if the federal government's responsibility begins here, whose responsibility is it before 1808, 1810. He conceding to the debate without y'all even knowing it. This again, if I'm a judge and I'm listening to that, I'm like, wait a minute. We blaming the fucking federal government, but then you telling me that I can't blame them until 1808? What the fuck before 1808? Who bear the responsibility before 1808? I don't have a cult. Listen to him.
The states are protecting the citizens. When they're not, that federal government was supposed to step in and take care of it. Historically speaking, when the federal government outlawed the transatlantic slave trade in 1808, they knew that states were still perpetrating slavery within their borders. The federal government...
Slavery was... They had no problem with slavery within the borders. It was the slave trade. There's two different things that I'm talking about. The slave trade, going to Africa, coming from Africa, that's the illegal part. No, we ain't sending no more ships to Africa. This when slave breeding take over. Then you got population boosts. You start mating your motherfucking slaves like fucking dogs. Your breeding farms. And I know, listen, you said it in the chat. You said, so Honey Clark says in the chat, I didn't even catch he said the slave trade was illegal. They only made it illegal to import it, was still internal. Correct. Because in the middle of the debate, you ain't thinking about none of that shit. And then this is what I'm gonna say this. And I know Pandemics, I don't know if he's still here. I don't know if Shay is here. I don't know if Tiffany is here. I don't know if anybody else from the bar is still here on your side. But I'm going to say this. This is when the people from the bar should have been communicating with you in the middle of his debate. Because if a rebuttal, I mean, if rebuttaling was a thing, right? Rebuttaling was a thing. This video and timestamp at this juncture of his presentation would have been played right back in his face. Because he's trying to insinuate something that never happened. Never happened. You're trying to give, then you use the word responsibility. We ain't heard that shit from you. We ain't heard that shit from you in your intro. We ain't heard that shit from you 5 minutes into this shit. And here you go inserting the word responsibility, and then you fucked it up because now you're talking about responsibility of the federal government. All the feds did was say, no, ain't no more going to Africa. Ain't no more going to go get no bodies. That cracked open the illegal slave trade era, and then they was using them schooner ships that was faster than the other naval ships that was using to stop that shit, and they were able to outrun them motherfucking ships. They were able to outrun the British. They were able to outrun everybody else with them schooners because the technology was there for that shit. This is what I mean. You have to know the argument. It is so studying the slave trade and the intricate pieces of the slave trade is something that I've been doing for so long. So to understand and point the fingers at the entities that are involved in what happened to our ancestors is easy for me. The corporates, who's the first pieces of people that was involved in this and who's responsible for this? So again, he messed up right here. This is a huge error by him in the way that he decided to argue this topic. Now, I will say this. This shit works against someone with no methodology. This shit works against someone who don't know the subject matter. This shit works against someone who ain't as studied as you. This shit works on platforms that allow it. That's my point here. Psycho, you allowed it. He's able to get by because y'all don't know. That's the reason why Tariq Nasheed and people like Ron, unbiased Ron, can run around here with this shit online talking about FBA bullshit, because motherfuckers don't know the intricate pieces and the puzzle regarding the history of our asses in the Americas, etc. And what we endured, what our ancestors endured, and what our grandparents and our great-grandparents had to endure, coming from great-grandparents that had to take on this shit head on. That trauma. You gotta be historically accurate when you arguing this shit. You can't be in your feelings. And again, I ain't got no code. So while you sitting in the chat, now you emotional. Now you emotional in the chat. Calm your ass down. Take this critique.
Allowed it to happen. This is where the responsibility for the federal government begins, because you don't have to be a...
Again, you heard him. You heard him. The debate is over. So the federal government isn't to blame until when?
States were still perpetrating slavery within their borders. The federal government allowed it to happen. This is where the responsibility for the federal government begins, because you don't have to be a state to actually carry on slavery within your territory. When Utah came into this country, Utah wasn't a state, but they were certainly, as a territory, operating with slavery. Again, the United States government had the ability to step in and produce some type of documentation, legislation, anything to prevent the spread of slavery. And in a lot of ways, they did it.
So the federal government didn't prevent Utah from slavery being in Utah. They didn't prevent it because it wasn't illegal. If it was illegal, Utah wouldn't have had no fucking slaves in 1852. Now you bringing up Amistad. You just went to 1852. Now you going back to 1841, and you about to argue for Amistad. And the relevancy of Amistad is predicated upon illegal slave trade era. The Fed had already deemed it illegal to go to Africa, pick up some Africans, and bring their asses back. So when the rebellion kicks off and these white people get their ass kicked, and then the Africans get overwhelmed because of a sense of misdirection, and then they end up where they ended up at, they end up locked up and encaged, and then later they be set free. That's because the shit was illegal. I ain't said you were pseudo. I said you have pseudo. It's a difference. I mean, you working out your pseudo. So get out your feelings and deal with this pimping.
But what they did do in terms of the Supreme Court was allow for the Amistad case to be proof that they might stand on business when it comes to slavery. This is why I say it would be better for the federal government to hold
it. Again, he is not arguing with facts. He's arguing with his feelings. Because listen to what he is saying. This is why you can't be a judge and turn around and say it was a tie. How? He ain't presenting nothing. Everything is feelings. Listen.
Supreme Court was allowed for the Amistad case to be proof that they might stand on business when it comes.
Listen to his words. They allowed the Amistad case to be proof that they might stand on business. Opinion. He's unsure. He's using buts, mights. He's using words of uncertainty. Who is judging the debate? Who's judging? Listen to what he's saying. He has an historical event on the screen, and he ain't even tying the historical event on the screen to his argument because he ain't set a proper foundation due to no research methodology. He has no methodology. He's not following the research question to answer it appropriately. He is all over the place. This shit does not pan out with educated people. I'm not saying that he ain't educated. This cannot be your king. Psycho, this cannot be your king. He's been dethroned. The fuck going on around here? He's been dethroned. First round knockout. We are almost 6 minutes into his shit, and he ain't established a motherfucking thing. How is this a tie? How is this going to the fucking crowd?
Comes to slavery. This is why I say it would be better for the federal government to hold the responsibility.
This is why I say it would be better for the federal government to bear the responsibility. 1 second. Honey Clark, I know you listening to this dude, and I know that you were listening to him during the debate. This is the other moment where he doesn't establish something, but he tries to insert it off feelings and emotions, and he's getting away with it, and you allowed it. What I mean by you allowed it is because if you don't point this shit out, you allowed it, or you ignored it, or it was irrelevant to you because you knew the topic better than him. So you just kind of just stayed within the realm of where you were. No, this man just said his feelings. Listen to him. Listen to what he says. He's telling you. He's telling you. He don't know the subject. He's telling me that he don't know the argument. He ain't worse than elbows, but it's
when
crazy.
It comes to slavery. This is why I say it would be better for the federal government to hold the responsibility, because we saw
that is not a fact. This is why that ain't predicated upon the charge. You never established responsibility of the Fed. How do you score this as a tie? And this nigga fucked the first 6 minutes of his shit. It ain't no tying that. There's nothing that he's going to do over the next 9 minutes, 10 minutes that's going to convince me that his shit's going to overturn what we heard in the first round. All right, I'm gonna shut up.
When the Amistad case happened, they sent those Africans back to Africa after being found illegally here in America, being trapped.
They were found illegally being here in America because the federal government said that after it was established that you can't do that shit no more. So why the fuck is you sitting here saying the same thing over and over? Everybody know about the Amistad case. Yet you running around this motherfucker and you saying they were illegally over here. Duh, dumbass. They made it illegal for these white people to go back to Africa and bring black people to America. They didn't make the institution of slavery illegal. They made the trip to Africa and back illegal. That's why the Amistad shit happened the way it happened. It was during the illegal slave trade era. Slow ass.
By Portuguese traffickers. So in terms of the history of reparations being paid out, we can start to see where the federal government has already laid out a criteria that would be beneficial to us. When we look back at the history and we see the compromise of 1850 and the federal government having to play.
This nigga went from 1808 talking about some shit. Then he went to Amistad. Then he got off the Amistad shit. And now he's saying the compromise of 1850 was a foundation or a precedence that was set that would be able to allow us to argue some shit. When you just said that the fucking Fed didn't take responsibility until 1808. So you're telling me if they took responsibility in 1808, then 42 years later, the compromise comes about. Now there's a playbook.
The middleman with the Fugitive Slave Act because the North and the South can't seem to get it together. The federal government somehow has to settle this. So they have to settle it now that it's time to get those payments out. We know where black people lived. We know where they were from.
I don't know what fucking shit that he using for this shit, but he don't need to use this shit no more. This is terrible. It's like he opened up a new tab. You know what I'm saying? Like he made this shit in a PNG file and then he just uploading the PNG. This is the laziest shit in the world. This woman that took her time on her presentation, on her slides, using the actual system, whatever she using, whether it's Canva, whether it's PowerPoint, whatever the case may be. But remember, y'all set a precedent for having a presentation. So therefore that shit had to be that you could get points deducted. This shit horrible. Man, I would have hit the eject button on this motherfucker while he was talking in the middle of this debate to pause the whole goddamn debate. Just so I ain't have him waste y'all motherfucking time. Because this is exactly what the fuck he's doing. He ain't established nothing. Look at where we are. We done went one way to another way, and I told y'all how he was gonna argue this shit. He doing exactly what the fuck I said, and he ain't educated on the subject matter. It's just making up shit.
90% of black Americans live down south. This is a group of black people congregated in the south, and at that point, that's where we mostly were. Cotton was king. A lot of white people ran up a bag. The trade was full of shipping merchants, insurers, bankers, extremely wealthy businessmen who ran up a bag that we can't qualify today because the Confederacy is no longer here. These states that seceded from the Union are no longer here, and the debt that they incurred was not something that they had to pay for. It wasn't something the federal government stepped in and did. Another L with the federal government dissolving the Confederacy, but not taking anything from that Confederacy and disseminating it as reparations amongst those black Americans. When we look at the precedent, for slavery, when money is actually paid out, it was paid out to slave owners in DC. DC is not a...
Hey, pause. Hey, Musa funny than a motherfucker. Musa said Musa said he give you that 2006. He give you that 2006 presentation. Yo, like, hey, hey, somebody take Musa phone. Yo, take Musa shit. All right, hold on. Let's go back and listen to this shit. My bad. All right, so look at this. How dumb he is that he helping Honey Clark. So right here, he says on this slide, 11 of the 15 slave states ceded to form the Confederate States of America. So they letting you know right now that they ceded from this motherfucker and says, we're going to form our own shit. 11 of the 15 states. So the federal government ain't got no motherfucking no control over this shit. That they allowed 11 of 15 states to say, man, fuck y'all. We finna do shit our way. You're proving her point that the states bear the responsibility, and you don't even know that you're proving her point because you took her as a joke. You thought that she wouldn't be prepared to debate your dumb ass, and now this lady is up here giving you the business, and your ass think you dealing with an elbow. You think you dealing with a motherfucker that just do memes on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, whatever the fuck else they do that shit on, Snapchat. You think you have mischaracterized your opponent. You have prejudged your opponent. You have delegated your energy into, oh, this is gonna be a simple cakewalk because of your feelings. And Psychonym allowed you to get away with that shit. And even the misspelling of Arkansas, I ain't gonna get into that. But Psychonym let you get away with that shit because they like you as a person. They like you as a person. There go that bias. I told y'all I was gonna expose it. I ain't seen this shit. I told y'all I was gonna expose it because I know the subject. There's no way that this man arguing against Honey and she telling you that the states are responsible for this shit, and then you turn around and you put some shit in your PNG as fucking saying the 11 of 15 slave states ceded to form the Confederates of America. Man, you thought you was debating goddamn Smoke Signal, or Tyron Ling Ling, or a motherfucking dumbass Yodi, or Vino. You thought you had one of them Vino debates. That's who the fuck you thought you was debating, bruh. Let's just keep it real. You was like, she was okay in her little debates. It's going to be easy for me, man. I ain't even going to prepare that much for it. I'm going to do a little light research, get my shit together. But I'm going to be ready to whoop her ass. You were so overconfident. And because no nigga ever corrected you and came out and hit you in your mouth in the first round of these debates, you thought that you had it. My nigga, you losing. 7 minutes in your shit, you losing. You ain't established you ain't even got no premise. You ain't got no foundation. You arguing from ignorance. You ain't, man, we don't even know what the Fed responsibility was. The first time we heard you say something about the responsibility of the Fed was in 1808. As and brought over this bitch as indentured servants and slaves prior to 1808. And you seceded so many, kept saying little slick shit. We saw what we can't trust the states because we saw what the states do. Because you can't trust the states don't mean that they ain't fucking responsible. I'm going to say that one more time. For the people in the back, I can turn the fuck up now. You can't say that the responsibility is not on the states. You can't. Because you can't trust the states. You said that. You don't trust them. So how the fuck they ain't responsible because you don't trust them? You helping her, bro. You helped her. This slide helps her. This slide says, okay, I gotta admit that the states had so much fucking control that they can say, fuck y'all, we're gonna do our own shit, and we're gonna cede from this motherfucker, and we're gonna establish our own confederate. That's power and control. That ain't nobody being ran by no goddamn federal government. That ain't nobody that's that ain't even making the Fed responsible for anything. That's saying that the Fed ain't got no goddamn control. They don't no responsibility. The states do. Because they're ceding from that. Oh, you don't like how we operate? Fuck y'all. We finna take our ball and go home. Y'all sitting at the basketball court looking at each other with no ball, like what the fuck we gonna do now? Play hide and go seek? We came out here to hoop. We ain't got no ball. We just sitting here looking at each other, ready to run full court. We ain't got nobody to play with. They saying they gonna do their shit. We gotta stop them. How we gonna do it? Man, we just gonna have to fight them. We're gonna have to fight them for their ball. What happened? What happened when the 11 of the 15 states ceded? What happened? What happened when they seceded? What kind of war was it? This motherfucker crazy. What up, EIE? Crazy work right here. She beating your ass.
Are no longer here, and the debt that they incurred was not something that they had to pay for. It wasn't something the federal government stepped in and did. Another L with the federal government dissolving the Confederacy, but not taking anything from that Confederacy and disseminating it as reparations amongst those Black Americans. When we look at the precedent,
again, trying to appeal to people's emotions in the middle of a fucking debate, you're using the word Black Americans. Why the fuck are you using the word Black Americans? Why the fuck would you even have to define who it is that you're referring to? The debate is about who the fuck owe slave reparations? Who? You said that it wasn't the state, that it was the federal government, but yet you just told us the states had enough power to say, fuck the Fed, we're going to do our own shit. And here you is again trying to play on my fucking emotions. Listen, bro, I'm not 13, I'm not 14, I'm not 15. I'm not trying to learn this shit. I know it. So when I'm judging something, I'm judging it based on what the fuck I know. You ain't said nothing that I did not know or haven't learned or haven't reviewed. You ain't showed me the Fed bearing any responsibility yet. How was this a tie? How? This ain't no 82-81. This ain't even a... Listen, he got his ass kicked. He's getting his ass kicked. This ain't no debate. This ain't a debate. The shit was over at intro. But after that premise, this ain't a debate. It's over. Look at how he's arguing. His premise. It's over. There's no way. You not. It ain't a person. It ain't a person on Psycho Nim team that can sit here and tell me if I just hit play and let this shit ride out that he gonna flip the script and wash your ass in 8 minutes. I got 500 say that he gonna continue on the same path and never establish shit. It's too late for him to try to establish something. He done fucked it up. And that's why they don't come over here, because I'm uber critical.
When we look at the precedent for slavery, when money is actually paid out, it was paid out to slave owners in DC. DC is not a state, right? So we're looking at this history wondering why DC paid out.
Why was the Fed paying the fucking slave owners for some shit the slave owners was profiting off of? We still don't even understand what you're talking about. On April 16, 1862, the District of Columbia Compensated Emancipation Act became law. Originally sponsored by Senator Henry Wilson of Massachusetts, the act freed slaves in the District of Columbia and compensated owners up to $300 for each free person. This don't sound like no motherfucking anything that got something to do with reparations. They saying, listen, we understand that you had a profitable business fucking with these motherfucking niggas that y'all stole. To smooth things over, we're going to give you $300 for each one of the people that you free. That should be fair pay for that, and you would be compensated for giving them their freedom. They didn't say that they paying the slaves. They said they paying the slave master $300 to let him part with his slave. I'm going to read it one more time. Originally sponsored by Senator Henry Wilson of Massachusetts, the act freed slaves in the District of Columbia and compensated owners up to $300 for each free person. In the months following the enactment of the law, commissioners approved more than 930 petitions granting freedom to 2,989 former slaves. So almost 3,000 people went free, and the owners of the 3,000 people got $300 per person they let go free. That ain't no motherfucking reparations. That's not reparations for slave owners. Again, you trying to appeal to a nigga emotions, but see, that's what I mean by research methodology. You're not showing me that you know how to research, buddy. You're not even showing me that you know how to stay on point. You're not even showing me that you even versed in the subject matter. You're talking about everything but the responsibility or the burden, who carrying the burden. It sounds like to me all you doing is argue and blame. Arguing and blame. We don't care that the people that was free was used in the Civil War. That's irrelevant. That ain't got nothing to do with the debate topic. The debate topic is about who carrying this motherfucking responsibility. The states or the motherfucking federal government. Straight up and down.
Slave reparations for slave owners. Well, it's simple. Congress passed it. The federal government made sure that this reparations payment was paid during.
That was not a reparations payment. And if she didn't call you out on this shit in her rebuttal round, she crazy. How the fuck is a compensated emancipation act a form of reparations? It is not. How many of these slave owners was enslaved? This, hey, bro, I'm finna give you some game real quick. I'm finna put you up on game, so and everybody can hear it, right? So you know how Elbows always argued about black slave owners, right? This would have been the time for you to show black people owning slaves and then freeing them and then being compensated by the government. But guess what? I don't even think you're going to be able to find black slave owners in this period owning slaves in DC, in this area, and making $300 off of each person that they let go. My point in saying all of that is, why the fuck did you even bring this up? It's not reparations. You're lying to us. If I was blind and I couldn't see this fucking shit and I'm sitting here listening to you and I'm taking you as a trustworthy person and I'm just hearing this shit, I'm gonna think that you're on to something until I hear someone else talking about it and then they say what they say about it and then I'm gonna call it into question. I have more questions than I got answers from your ass 8 minutes into your bullshit, my dog. Hell yeah, I'm calling it bullshit. Because your ass got waxed by her in the first round. And you ain't made up no ground. You ain't even fighting back. So how the fuck is this a tied debate?
Slavery. So it's the federal government that has the ability to get the reparations conversation off the ground the same way they did it in DC. We can't.
That is not a fucking part of the conversations to get some shit off the ground. No, nigga. You blame the federal government. She blamed the states. Why would the Fed get some shit off the ground that you supposed to be blaming them for? You supposed to be blaming the Fed. The Fed is supposed to be the criminal. The Fed is Pooh Shiesty. The state is Gucci. The Fed came in, is supposed to be coming in here and commandeering Gucci Man. That is not what the fuck is happening in this argument that you're making. You reversing the roles. You're saying that Pooh Shiesty is the states and the Fed is Gucci. No, it's not what's happening here. You reversing the roles, dog. It ain't no backdooring going on. There's no backdooring going on. You just arguing with your feelings. Then here we go. 1866, Memphis Massacre. How the hell you going? Federal troops had to come to Tennessee to restore order. Why they had to come to Tennessee to restore order? Huh? Let's see. Let's see. We all can read on May 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, 1866, mobs of white men led by law enforcement attacked black people in the areas near South Street, aka Calhoun and G.E. Patterson. By the end of the attack, the mobs had killed an estimated 46 black people, raped several black women. That's how you get these babies and these mixed babies, and committed numerous robberies, assaults, and arsons. So a bunch of thugs came into a black neighborhood, killed 46 black people, and raped black women. A congressional investigation committee reported that 4 churches, 12 schools, and 91 other dwellings were burned. Fucking white thugs. Although no one was ever prosecuted for this massacre, holy shit. It became a rallying cry in the battle over the nation's reconstruction following the Civil War. Ultimately, the outrage that followed the massacre helped to ensure the adoption of the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution. The state does not have to be trusted to protect the people. The state saw fucking niggas as property. What are you talking about? This is crazy. Let me let him just get his shit off.
Afford for the states to control the argument, because just like in 1866 Memphis, we know the state isn't going to protect black people. The federal sent troops to Tennessee to protect those black people. This is fresh off the plantation. Black people can't even get the right to vote because white Americans don't want to see black Americans prosper. We can't even get to a slavery conversation that involves reparations because at this point, black people are fighting for their lives. There are slavery reparations conversations happening in Congress, but not in the states. The states are taking their issues to Congress with the representatives that the states have elected. So there's no state conversation that's beneficial to the black American coming off the plantation. In regard to the state conversation, Andrew Johnson, who rescinded 40 acres and a mule, Special Field Order 15, when he rescinded that so the states could have the right to discriminate if they want to. Fortunately for us, Congress overrode that. We have to realize what we're talking about here. When we talk about slave labor that was used to build this country up, the states have never held the responsibility of making sure those slaves got paid back. They were able to benefit from it, and subsequently, black Americans used their vote to start to become a voice. But
feelings, nothing more than feelings. Where is the factuals? Where is the blame for the Fed? Jesus Christ, bro. What is he doing? This was a debate. He was against blaming the states, but yet he is bearing. All right, hold on. If y'all don't understand what's going on, I'm finna say it one more time, but I'm gonna say it slow because I can rewind this shit and let you hear this soliloquy again, and then you're gonna be mad at me. But I'm just finna point out the fact he just fucking blamed the state. He just blamed the state. Again.
They were able to benefit from it, and subsequently, he rescinded that so the states could have the right to discriminate if they want to. Fortunately for us, Congress overrode that. We have to realize what we're talking about here. When we talk about slave labor that was used to build this country up, the states have never held the responsibility of making sure those slaves got paid back. They were able to benefit.
Why the fuck would a state be responsible for paying a slave back? When they saw slaves as property. I told y'all I wasn't listening. There's no way that the vote was 81 to 82. That's 163 votes. So you're finna tell me that 163 people heard this nigga say this shit, and all of them, and half of them voted for him, if not more than half, voted for him. 163 votes, and you have 82 people vote for him after he simply just said that the fucking states would not help the fucking people they saw as property to make sure that they get paid. This don't make no sense. You sound almost like AP and A1, bruh. And you ain't, and I don't think you claim the Wabo shit. But you sound, see, not a coincidence. That's why I kept telling you, YK and Lucky, when y'all over there debating them fools on that channel, when y'all was doing them debates, I kept saying that y'all need to teach them. It's not a debate, it's a teaching moment. Because listen to this shit, bro. I know y'all is, you know what I'm saying? Listen to this shit, bro. Listen to this motherfucking shit. It's crazy. Crazy work.
They were able to benefit from it, and subsequently, Black Americans used their vote to start to become a voice. But with that vote, members of the Republican Party on the white side wanted Black people to lose their voice. They didn't want Black people to have a voice. With that, we lose an attempt at reparations early on from the federal level. Because again, you got the states fighting back with the Lily White movement that puts a bunch of white Republicans in play that harms the conversation again from the state level, although those radical Republicans become one of the most important topics because now the states of the South who do not want to pay those reparations, they begin to orchestrate what we call the lost cause, which is putting forth an effort to make sure the South is never forgotten and the war is never forgiven. The South has never had the ability to leave. The states have never had the right to leave. We determined that with Texas versus White 1869. Can't no state secede from the Union. These states ain't got no power like a person would try to have you believe. These states are part of an indestructible union. That's what the court ruled. The court ruled that there's an indissoluble relation between Texas and the United States. Meaning, again, when these states tried to secede, they couldn't. So if the states are in...
I know they didn't. If they tried to secede, they did. They did. Because if they didn't secede, it wouldn't be no Civil War. The North wouldn't be fighting the South. It wouldn't be red states against... It wouldn't be red against blue. They wouldn't have been using people to join their unions and to fight against this, that, and the third. So they did. They did. Why are you saying they didn't when they did? Then you put that shit up from Texas. The shit up from Texas is from 1869. That's after a settled piece of shit happens. We in Reconstruction at that point. Hey, we in Reconstruction. Look. His last slide. Look at the date. Texas versus White, 1869. He tried to pull that fast shit on your ass. Ain't no motherfucking way that the judge's points was 82 to 81. Ain't no motherfucking way. Ain't no way. Listen to me when I tell y'all this. This is why I get so frustrated. And I'll be like, man, why you don't watch the debates? This is why y'all are seeing me express why I don't watch the fucking debates, because I'm going to be in the middle of watching you say all this stupid ass shit. And I'm going to feel some kind of way. Just as not a coincidence of luck in them when they was debating them dumbass fools on the Abo channel. I was losing my fucking mind, hitting them up, texting them, and like boom, boom, boom. Like, yo, y'all don't even understand. Or in the chat, like y'all really don't get it. Like, I know when you don't have no methodology. And in the middle of a debate and not having no research methodology, how the fuck you plan on winning the debate? Freestyling it, willy-nilly it, trying to convince motherfuckers by playing to their emotions. This all this nigga doing. He was unprepared. He talking about everything but blaming the state. He ain't set a precedence for the state being to blame for nothing. He just kept on what he believed. And all this old fucking skeptical shit. He took this shit with his ego.
Can't no state secede from the Union. These states ain't got no power. Like
1869. This should have been in your rebuttal too. At the 5 minute and 8 second mark, that should have been in your rebuttal too. Cause this nigga don't know what the fuck he talking about. Straight up.
Like a person would try to have you believe, these states are part of an indestructible union. That's what the court ruled. The court ruled that there's an indissoluble relation between Texas and the United States. Meaning, again, when these states tried to secede, they couldn't. So if the states are an indissoluble union, again, that's the federal government saying we bring all of this together. Okay. So if they do, then again, they bear the responsibility for making sure of what they brought together is giving back to those citizens that were mistreated within those state governments, including leasing prisoners to private companies, something that the federal government allowed too long. The federal government watched all of these things happen. And at some point, yes, they had to start sending troops in. They had to start battling with the KKK in states like South Carolina, because again, historically, these states never wanted black people to benefit. So questioning if they'll pay reparations today means we aren't looking at the history. The first Great Migration in 1873, a group of black men who go by the name of the Exodusters.
Pause. None of this has to do with the federal government being responsible for paying reparations for slavery. None of this. He's talking about the great exodus from people out of the South into places like Kansas and other areas. That has nothing to do with the federal government paying reparations to black people. And I don't know how to get people to stay on topic or understand that's why I keep saying a debate topic. Like, he's not on topic. He's just running a fucking muck, and they're allowing him to do this, and they're shutting the fuck up. So how could you vote for a dude and give him all these points on his debate when he ain't even on topic? He's not on topic at all.
Right after slavery, they're running west to get away from the harsh conditions of the states that one would imply reparations should come from. One of the reasons why people are migrating from these states throughout history is because you can't get justice. You can't get reparations. They're not going to support you. But we can look at the federal government and see what the federal government has done in regard to the federal reparations conversation. When Henrietta Wood went to a federal court and put in a lawsuit against a man by the name of Zebulon Ward, well, she won her federal lawsuit, one of the only historically relevant slavery lawsuits to ever be filed, was filed in a federal court, and someone won in a federal court. So when I speak of this, as a state argument. I'm speaking of an argument that you have not even seen win yet. You have not even seen it in the courtroom yet. Meanwhile, we've seen slave reparations in the conversation about it pass through bill after bill federally. 1890, there's an attempt.
Where's the reparations being passed through bills? Where that at? That's a claim. That's a claim. As a judge, I'm identifying that he makes a claim. He made several, but I'm identifying right here because he said reparations bills being passed and passed and passed. Where's the evidence for that claim? It's not on the screen and it's not shown. So again, he is arguing with Honey Clark his opinion, his feelings, his emotions. He is yet to set the premise that the federal government is responsible for something. If you was gonna do this blaming the goddamn federal government, bro, you should have been like in 1860. This is an example. In 1862, January 10th, 1862, the federal government issued reparations on behalf of blah 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 for blah 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 blah. In 1885, the federal government issued reparations for blah 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 blah. In 1908, the federal government approved reparations for blah 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 blah. Man, you ain't did none of that. None of that. Not one time. Not one time. If you're arguing for us to take this fight to the federal government and beat these motherfuckers up with this shit using historical facts, you didn't even give us historical accounts of facts where that transpired, but you just sit here and said that some motherfucking shit was being passed and passed and passed and passed, and this how it went. You didn't even bring up the Native Americans. Bro, you got 2 minutes and 42 seconds left in this shit show, and you ain't even bring up Native Americans and what would be deemed reparations in a sense, because they got health care, education, casinos, land. They got all that shit. You ain't did nothing. Nothing. Not a damn thing. Man, and I done been on this motherfucker. How long I been on this bitch? 3 hours? Feel like it. Yep. 3 hours interjecting, and your ass ain't did shit. I done had people come and go, sending me messages, laughing at me, all kind of shit. And the whole time you did not a damn thing. Let me see if I can shut the fuck up for the next 2 minutes and 42 seconds. Excuse my language.
To get federal reparations on the board, you got multiple different organizations, none of them state-based. All of this is federal. The Ex-Slave Pension Act of 1894. All of these are attempts to get reparations federally for Black people. It's what the states use to benefit themselves historically that we're ignoring today, I believe. Okay, Plessy versus Ferguson, separate versus equal. We have to understand how these things historically were used to perpetuate different laws after slavery ended to make sure Black people did not benefit and get their restitution, aka reparations. Because the convict leasing system and the peonage system continued new forms of slavery even after the old form of slavery was outlawed. So while the federal government should be able to deal with the history of slavery, it's unfortunate that they have to go state to state and chase down different white people who want to continue a peonage system, a system that puts Black people back into slavery, involuntary servitude, as stated by Chief Justice Charles Evans Hughes. You see, Alonzo Bailey is a historical case that we can look at in Alabama, where a Black man was being mistreated, being told that $15 that he received in advance for a job was a reason to call him a fraud. They put that man in jail. It took the Supreme Court to make the decision that involuntary servitude is worse than slavery. This is after coming off the plantation. to the states because they won't stop these peonage laws. The states are perfectly fine with slavery continuing all through the early 1900s.
I tried. I was almost there. I was holding back. I was saying, I'm going to let him go. I'm going to let him go. I'm going to let him go. And then he turned around and he said the states was okay with motherfuckers being enslaved. He is telling you again that it is the state that is responsible for slavery. She established that in the first round, that the blame is on the states. While you trying to get the federal government to pay for the actions of the states, she's over here showing you who is to blame. She pointing at them. You helping her because you pointing at the fucking states, and then you're saying, well, we ain't gonna get the money from the states, so we're gonna have to ask the federal government to pay for some shit the states was allowing. That's what you're doing. That's what the fuck you're doing.
Be a benefit to the states because they won't stop these peonage laws.
Why would the state stop a law that benefits them, you dumb nigga? They getting paid. They see you as property. You talking about some shit in 1914. Goddamn, my great-grandfather was a child at that. Hold on. My great-great-grandfather. Sorry. My great-great-grandfather, one of them, was born in 1908. I got the other one born in 18. When was he born? 18 something. Oh no, there's neither here nor there. Why the fuck are you talking about states who saw black people as property after seeing them being removed as property and then try to be seen as human? They didn't give a flying fuck. That's not on the state. That's not on the federal government. Listen, the federal government don't give a fuck how the states see you as a person. That's not the responsibility of the federal government, is to oversee how states see niggas. It's not it. It's not. If the states saw an opportunity during the Jim Crow era to charge you with any fucking thing, to bind you back to slavery for free labor without having to pay you, that's what the fuck they did. Right, wrong, or indifferent. But the federal government couldn't intervene in some shit that they don't even know what's going on unless it was on a level to where it prompted them to investigate and overturn some shit. You have no case law. There's no case law that exists to show that in the South during the Jim Crow era, motherfuckers was doing this shit at clips so big. You're arguing from ignorance. Musa crazy. Musa know where I'm from. You know I'm from out south. Play no games.
States are perfectly fine with slavery continuing all through the early 1900s. These are not the conversations that you're going to hear because people like Callie House have been written out of Black American history. She filed a $68 million lawsuit in federal court back in 1916.
Another fucking claim. How the fuck was Callie House written out of history when I know that I put up a post about her ass? You're talking about her ass. So how the fuck is she written out of history and you got a document with her name in it, you dumbass nigga? You cannot play this game with me. how the judges scored this, you couldn't let her win, huh? Based on evidence. You just couldn't concede the point that y'all was just really, you won't even come out and say it now. Y'all wouldn't come out and say it now. I know for a fact if I watch the after show, none of y'all are going to say it then. Y'all are not going to come out the side of y'all face and say that she argued with evidence better than this nigga did. Because she stuck to the research question and topic and answered it with evidence in the first round. And she killed him in the first round. There's no way that the next time he gets up the bat that it's going to be that much more better. It's not. Man, you old hard in place ass nigga, bro. Boosie, you hard in place. Yeah, 37212. Yes, sir. Straight from the edge here.
Because this conversation is one that they knew back then was federal. It's not a state-driven or state-based conversation. It's one that...
Then he pull up HR 40. Then he pull up HR 40. Oh, boy.
Continues today with HR 40, and we see that from 1989 to the present. There's a question of when we gonna get this federal conversation off the ground. They're fighting for it. They're pushing for it. You don't see that at the state level. I do appreciate.
The state bears the burden and responsibility of the whole shit. The Fed ain't got nothing to do with it, bro. They did not have jurisdiction. She gave you a rebellion that showed that there was no jurisdiction.
Appreciate y'all coming, checking out my round. I'll catch y'all in the next round. Thank you.
Catch you in the next round. Bro, I don't even think I want to hear another round. I don't even think I want to hear another round, bro. Not from you. That shit was argued pointless. Not on this subject. You argued maybe on another subject. This one, you argued that shit. Wee, boy. You lost that whole round, bro. You ain't getting no points from me. Shit, she knocked your ass out. The debate was over. The debate was over. What's up, Keenan? The debate was over. I ain't even got to say nothing. I ain't got to say nothing. Yeah, he confident in his pseudo. Let's see what happened. Okay, so here we go. She rebuttaling shit that he's saying. Do he rebuttal her? I guess. Then they go back and forth. Yeah. All right. So I guess. How much is this? All right. So we're going to hit this shit out. And then we go from there.
All right. That's the end of the premise round. See, let's get ready for the rebuttal round. All right, we got Honey up here. Let's get her clock together. Let's see. All right, got 10 minutes on the clock. Okay, you gonna be sharing your screen, Honey? I can't hear you on mute. Are you there?
Yes.
There we go. All right.
Mm-hmm.
You gonna share your screen?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let me know when you're ready.
1 second. You said 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right, you ready?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Wrap it up.
Hmm? Okay, I don't necessarily understand the argument that you're making here, Taz, because you seem to be making my argument for me, and it's kind of crazy that you're doing that because we're talking about the responsibility for reparations, right? The responsibility for it, not, oh, do the government have enough money for it? Or, oh, can the federal government actually do it? Well, we got 50 states now, so, maybe we can get money from everywhere. That's crazy because we're talking about who is responsible, who should bear the responsibility, not who can pay for it, not who you think got enough money. That doesn't make any sense. The responsibility lies on the agency, the person who did it. The people who did it should pay. Yes, right? So when you're talking about what states can't do, right? States can digitize slave schedules, bill of sales, plantation ledgers, probate records, provide free genealogy services for descendants of the enslaved, issue a state descendant certification for program access, because these things are all on the state level, right? The states had the records, the state had everything that that we needed. You also mentioned HR House Resolution 40, which is crazy because if you're talking about the federal government actually doing anything, that would have been the wrong thing to bring up because they haven't done it since 1989. Like, it's been 40 years. They vote on it every year, and every year they say absolutely not. Every single year. So how you're going to sit here and say, oh, but they got money? That don't, no. Who's responsible for this? Who should do it, right? And if you want to say, well, we think that the federal government would do it first, that's asinine because we see that they haven't and they don't want to. We see now, even with the UN, the chattel slavery was the most egregious crime in history of whatever, of the entire world. The United States is like, what? I wouldn't say that. I mean, it wasn't like illegal, right? So to sit here and think that the federal government gives any care about this is crazy. It's insane. So to commit this crime, declare themselves gone. You know what? We're going to leave the Union and we're going to create our own country. Okay, now we lost the war. Cool. Well, no slavery. Okay, whatever. We don't have to do anything anymore. Absolutely not. Y'all fought for this. Y'all fought for the right for this. You all, everything, the infrastructure of each of these states is backed on this. Not the whole world, the states. So that makes no sense. What you're saying doesn't make any sense here, right? Because we're not talking about who can, we're talking about the responsibility behind it. So what did the indigenous people in Hawaii and Alaska do? What did they do? Why do they have to sit here and pay your federal reparations for stuff that they weren't even around for? They have nothing to do with. Why are we giving these indigenous people more taxes to pay federally because these states did something before and fought to do it, right? And had the law behind them in doing it, right? The sovereignty to do it. And now it's everybody's problem. No. Once again, who should bear the responsibility for reparations for slavery? You're arguing who can do it. You arguing, I really don't think states can do it. I really think like the federal government can do it. I asked who's responsible? Who should bear the responsibility? The responsibility should be by the people who actually enslaved people, who fought to enslave people, who fought to keep them enslaved, and everything else. That wasn't the federal government, right? The federal government freed them. So here, you said the states wouldn't do it. It was crazy to do it, right? Well, right now we got Evanston, Illinois, with reparations. right? We have them giving out 25,000 land grants, reparations. We have California, who spent 6 years doing a whole background for reparations, getting it together and doing all of the research to say, okay, we think that people should get, actually they said something like 1.2 million per person, right? They did a lot of research behind this. A lot of bureaus are being made. In Pennsylvania just recently developed a bureau for this, right? So before you're talking about what the national government, the federal government, who denied this 40 times, let's see, what was it? Denied House Resolution 40. Denied this for 40 years. And saying that states wouldn't do it. States are doing it right now. They're putting together the boards. They're putting together things to do right now. On the state level, it would be way easier because we have the records, we have the money to do it, we have the schooling. So you have the state schools, right, that I mentioned, that was built on the back of slavery. We have state schools, we have land grants, we have different things that the states are in charge of: the education, the health, the grants, the taxes, things of that nature that can go into reparations, that they're looking into right now doing. The only people moving forward in these tasks are states. It is not the federal government. And either way it goes, most of these states, they don't even have, to me, they don't even bear the responsibility, but they're taking it on. The federal government is not. The federal government told the UN and its people over and over that it does not feel like it's wrong, that it does not feel like that it is that it's responsible for anything. But we know that the states were responsible. I proved that the states were responsible. I proved that the states were the agencies. The states did it. These are state crimes. So who should bear responsibility for reparations? You gave us every reason why the state should. You said that it was state level issues, even all the way after slavery to Jim Crow, you mentioned, right? All of these were state level problems, state level crimes, state level stuff. So why shouldn't states bear the responsibility? Why should the federal government do it? And once again, federal government does not bear the responsibility any other time right now that the states are doing stuff. The states have marijuana laws. I'm pretty sure that once something goes wrong with marijuana, the federal government is not stepping in and saying, yeah, okay, you know what I'm saying? It's on us to have restitution to these people because the states said that it was legal. That's not going to happen. It never happens. You're arguing that you think that the federal government just has enough resources to do it. But they are responsible for it. They're not responsible for the things that happen within these state walls. They can't even come in and do it. Right now, they're arguing about states' rights of residency. They're arguing about whether ICE should be able to come in and do anything to the citizens of the state, right? They can't enforce any marijuana laws because they can't make the police of any state do anything, or the judges. Why would you think that they should come in and take over the reparations payment? That's not their responsibility. The responsibility is on the agent of the state. What went on in their borders is their responsibility. And just because they conceded, lost, and came back doesn't mean that they don't have the responsibility to the people who they put in slavery and the people who they diminished there and their ancestors. They have the responsibility. So they need to come up off. So once again, remember this, y'all look it up. House Resolution 40, a big no-no from the federal government for 40 years. Every year they vote on it. Every year they say no. But we have states right now that are doing what he thinks the federal government should do. Okay, let's not let down the people in Hawaii and Alaska, the indigenous people who did nothing. They don't need to pay something. The states that did it should do it, and the states that didn't should go on about their way. They shouldn't have to pay these extra taxes. Thank you.
Man, I told y'all this shit was over. Let's hit it. Let's hit it.
All right, family. That's the end of Honey's rebuttal. Let's bring Taz up here and let's get his clock together. You gonna be sharing your screen? Anything, Taz? Are you good?
Yes, no doubt.
All right. Let me know whenever you're ready.
I'm ready.
All right, right after the bell.
So in her attempt to rebuttal me just now, she mentioned Evanston. For some reason, I don't know, but Evanston is not a state-based reparations discussion. Evanston is actually a city-based reparations discussion. It is not based or rooted in slavery. It's rooted in housing.
What the fuck? Why are you focused on that? Why is you focused on Evanston? Why, bro? Why? You're opening up a can of worms that's going to lead right back to her because you're focused on Evanston in her rebuttal round and what she said in the rebuttal round. So as she attacked your presentation or your slideshow where you argued that you are responding to something mentioned in a rebuttal round and you're trying to bring that up. This is crazy work. And this is for 10 minutes. I don't even care if it was a city situation. It doesn't matter. Guess what? The federal government didn't pay the reparations. If 254 people got $25K in reparations at a city level, guess who didn't pay the shit? The federal government. Who is responsible for slave reparations? You said the federal government. She said the fucking state. Somebody just hit the panel link. I guess they fell off. Well, let me continue. God damn, I knew this. I told y'all. Let me see. I don't know why you brought this slide up of hers. She killed you with that ending slide. All right, let's hit this nigga for 10 minutes. Shit. Fuck.
Discrimination. And if you're arguing that that's rooted in slavery, then you're arguing my argument. So I don't know, again, what it is that
she's not arguing your argument because this is a city. You just corrected her by saying this was dealt with the city. This is a city level. That's not the federal government. When did the fucking city become the Fed? Stop. Hold on. Let me play this. Motherfuck, man.
Do me a favor. Shut the fuck up.
I mean, like, for real, bro. At this point, you just need to shut the fuck up. Because she kicking your ass, boy. She kicking your ass.
Thought was state related in regard to the Evanston conversation, but it certainly does not fit the argumentation that she's arguing with today. I don't believe she's fully aware of what's happening in Evanston. When she spoke of HR 40, my screen just went down on accident. Let me bring it back up. right quick, Psycho. When she spoke of HR 40, she spoke of it as if it's not state representatives that are supposed to put that in play. Those are people voting for that we aren't seeing get acknowledged. Okay, when reparations happens, it happens in the form of a federal bill. So I don't understand why she would downplay HR 40 when we've seen reparations happen in terms of a federal bill. In terms of a state bill, when she diminishes HR 40 in the 40 years that they've been trying to get state representatives to accept that, she's not acknowledging that the argumentation she's pushing for just started. These are brand new reparations task forces that are somehow supposed to do what HR 40 couldn't do, even though these individual states are not pushing HR 40 through. There's no way to act like the states are somehow bearing a responsibility when these states are brand new to the conversation. People have been taking this conversation to the federal government from the state level, and then other states are not supporting the push. So the conversation is being limited by state representatives that don't want to support reparations at the state level. If you're saying those states bear the responsibility, then those states have been shooting down HR 40 this entire time. You're not making sense with your argumentation. When we start looking at the state argumentation that she's not going into, reparations was given to survivors in Rosewood, Florida, not necessarily the state of Florida, but Rosewood, Florida. Again, the inconsistency of her reparations argument, it does not include where the states are allowing people within the state to get reparations in one state, but not the other, because it was shot down in Oklahoma. The Tulsa reparations conversation, we can't leave that responsibility to the states because they said no multiple times, even though all of the documentation is there. It's time to take that argument federal, because how many times do you take the Oklahoma argument to the Supreme Court and watch them find reasons to shoot it down based on Oklahoma's presentation of it? Again, you put the argument in federal hands. When we start talking about North Carolina, they put out a state commission to address the issues. These are all new in the last 15, 20 years, attempts to spin a conversation that we know has been present all of this time. If the states bared responsibility, they would have bared it up until 1865, from 1865 up until, I would say, when HR 40 was filed. Okay, you can't make it seem like those 40 years of HR 40 are trumping 130 years of states never addressing the issue. How can you get reparations through states like Mississippi, who just finished their issue with slavery in 2013? You're putting Mississippi up in your presentation, talking about the money that was made in Mississippi, but you're not acknowledging that they wouldn't even ratify the 13th Amendment until our lifetime. How do you present this state-driven argument as if the states have done anything other than mistreated Black Americans? And again, we cannot trust them to bear the responsibility because they've ignored their responsibility so long. Since 2013 now, maybe Mississippi might be on board for a conversation. Can you trust them? I can't. What I'm arguing is that this conversation about slavery is going to bottom out because people like what she argued today. They're not even arguing how slaves got here. She act like slaves just appeared on a plantation someday. My argument says the states ain't got the jurisdiction to make the argument she making. She completely left.
He's spending way too much motherfucking time on HR 40 and that whole little scenario. He introduced it. She came back with something and said what she said about it. And he spent all this time. That's why I had to put this shit on mute to hear this crazy ass shit. But he got 4 minutes, and we got Honey Clark ass on the panel. I don't know if she want to listen to the last 4 minutes or she got something she want to say.
No, he. You done took 3 hours to go through 20 minutes, a half hour of the debate and shit.
Cause it ain't real. It's fake as hell. That's what I keep saying. Like when you just can't go through it, listen to it, and then give your opinion, because that ain't even the reality of it. It's the mere fact that you got to break down everything being said and then be honest about it. Like he tell me when he was honest.
I don't know.
So you don't know when he was honest. Did he say anything to you that you needed that you felt like that he was spot on in the middle of this debate?
No.
It's raining outside.
But that's what I was saying. I don't know the debate people was watching, but you know,
And that's your opinion.
I don't know. Mm, Like I said, he misrepresented my slides. He misrepresented a lot of things.
Man, that
I
nigga
guess
was
that's some
trash.
people's debate strategies.
That motherfucker was trash. How is he winning debates? If this how he performing, how is he winning?
I don't know,
First of
but I
all,
don't. Well,
first
I
of
don't
all,
know. A lot of people up there aren't as you know.
yeah.
They don't break shit down like that. I had somebody tearing up all of my presentations for some years, so
Who was tearing your presentations up? What you trying?
you,
What you talking about?
you.
So,
So I we trying to be extra thorough, but it's almost like it's unnecessary. Like I'm not, I don't see. I don't think that. Like I know my question and answer round wasn't that good, but it was because I didn't want to keep saying non sequitur
no,
throughout
you
a
should have.
question round because then it just looks like you just don't want to answer questions or you know what I'm saying.
I know it
You're
don't.
running from
If
stuff.
this nigga asking you some dumbass questions,
I just, well, his the angle he went, I didn't understand. Even the debate he said he thought he was having, like he was like, well, he thought it was different, like we were arguing something different than what the title was because when we made the debate, we were talking about which would be the better like avenue to go, states or federal. But I don't even see him making that argument though. Like federal is the best way to go. Um, for reparation. I didn't see that. I don't know. I don't see that either because to me, he keeps saying the federal needs to make the states pay. So watching it back, I was like, oh, I did better than I thought I did actually.
well, he was way off.
Back. So yeah, because I was like, oh my slides where I thought he was gonna go, he didn't go. So it was like I had to think of some other kind of things for the rebuttals. Yeah, he did have more people there too. I mean, yeah,
But it don't even matter. It don't even matter if he had people
but
there.
the crowd was 52. I think 52 to 48. So it was almost split too.
Nah, cheater, you
48
full
to
of shit.
42 or something like that.
Nah, cheater, you full of shit. You was over there. I don't even want to talk about you. I was going to talk about you.
I'll be out cheating.
It's
But
crazy.
I had a, I don't know, I had a good
It shouldn't
debate, I
even matter that
guess.
he had more people over there. People are supposed to. People are supposed to not have the biases.
Yeah, right. I don't see that. I don't see that. I see a lot of people with biases. So, I mean, you get that with people though. You know what I'm saying? If you got people, you're gonna have people with biases. You're gonna have your people. I got my people. You know what I'm saying? So I can't very well be like, nah, people shouldn't have. But my people will tell me where I fuck up at sometimes. So
Yeah, but that's crazy.
Yeah, that's not the case, Queen. Yeah, I did though. Playing it back because I don't do debate reviews.
Yeah, that shit crazy. Oh man.
Yeah, I know. Based on the title, because that's what I did. I went back to the title and I was doing my debate based on that. Like I changed my whole debate around. I had like activists, like state activists. You know, he was saying like like why and how the government, the federal, well, he was trying to say why the federal government should do it. I
Mm-hmm.
don't really say how, but I had like how the federal government, I mean, how the state could and would be able to do it. Because a lot of people just be like, oh no, that's millions of dollars. They ain't gonna be able to do it. They're not gonna be able to do it. But reparations ain't just cash. It's not just cash. It's a bunch of different ways to put together.
Y'all weren't catching his ass.
So yeah, I didn't catch a lot of the stuff he said because I kind of thought a lot of it was like ludicrous. Like, what are you saying? But you know, like, the judges didn't. And you know, even though I be feeling like it's kind of, I guess you have to be petty in debates. But I'm new. You know, I'm a new debater. This is my fourth debate, so I'm still
You
learning how to do
be petty.
my rebuttals. You do, like, you got to be petty. Like, literally be like, this is a concession. This is wrong. This is a lie. This is not what I said. Like, you have to go through and do that. Well, I would think that it would be evident, and sometimes it's not. Like, it's up to you to say it. You know, so if you don't say it, it can go by. It's like a lot of the stuff that I saw in his first round now that I didn't see then. Like I would have said it in my rebuttal, and it would have maybe picked apart his argument. But that's just stuff I'm learning as I go along. My question and answer round sucked too, because I felt like if you concede, what am I keep asking questions for? I don't know.
Nah, it don't make sense. It's still
That's the thing.
the way he argued was stupid.
I felt like I do feel like my premise crushed his. I felt like I had it together. I felt like I gave a reason from before. Like even when I'm rewatching it now, like I felt like I gave ample. I told why they are responsible. You know what I'm saying? Why they should bear it. I gave that whole spiel. So I don't know.
You ain't got to worry about me debating nobody over there, cause I don't go over there. Not debating nobody over there. That's shit for y'all. I ain't entertaining none of them niggas.
I ain't know that Lucky lost points for
This
his visuals.
this dude had no research
But I
methodology.
know like when Lucky what he did.
He didn't have none.
But you know, I don't think they care about that though. From what I'm seeing, like
No, like how the fuck
I
could
don't think
you?
it's.
I don't know. I don't know how he could get to that point.
I don't know why I would have been talking about the transatlantic slave trade when that was long before when they had the transatlantic state. Like they only was participating in the transatlantic slave trade for like 15 or 20 years. Then it was internal.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
That motherfucker crazy. Well, come I can't find this.
But
Yeah. I don't
I'm
like. I
working
don't
on it.
like
I
what
have
happened.
another debate coming up.
No,
So
it ain't no beef. It ain't no. I don't. They don't support nothing I do. And you know what I'm saying? I didn't caught a couple of their debates, and that's just that on that. And the only reason I didn't caught or paid attention to any of the debates is because people that fuck with me if they debate over there, you know what I'm saying? I know they debate over there. I catch wind to the shit after the fact. Or if I might catch a piece of part of it after the fact. You know what I'm saying? Like that type of shit, or I catch lucky on a rewatch. But I don't. I mean, ain't no beef. I just don't fuck with them. They don't support my shit. I don't support their shit just like that. But I support the people that fuck with me that go over there. So it ain't no bad blood. You don't see them have. Ask yourself, have you ever seen any of them comment
Yeah,
in
Mo did have me with it.
That's my point. It shouldn't have been. It shouldn't have never came down to no. It shouldn't have came down to no chat. I don't care what nobody say. This shit was over. The shit was over at the introduction.
Yeah, but I don't know, but both I don't know what they're seeing, right? But both the judges actually had close like numbers and stuff. They kind of graded about the same. So whatever they're seeing, they both were
Way,
seeing it
yeah,
the
but it
same.
ain't no. It's no
Like about
way.
like you know what I'm saying? Like they both were kind of seeing it about the same.
Yeah, but it's no way to see it the same when one
I mean,
person's.
I know how we're looking at it now, right? But it might be different when we're seeing it because, like, I didn't catch a lot of this stuff um during the debate that I saw like
Yeah,
now,
but that's my
right?
thing.
But I can say that they both was around the same. Since both the judges weren't like vastly different. You know what I'm saying? I can't see. You know what I'm saying? Like they had to have seen something the same. I can see if one was like, I got this person winning by like 7 points. Yeah, and the other one was like, no, it's not that. But they were kind of right on the same. Like each judgment was about the same. I think I lost in the Q&A. I think that's where I lost a point at. Because they give out the numbers for each judge. Mhm.
Nah, but it's crazy.
So I don't know what it is that they did judge on like that, where it's where you could be vastly wrong like that, and you could be misrepresenting, but still have a good, because Vino has high numbers too. And I
That's
don't think it's based on the information. I think it's based on how he debates. Because he be like real convicted. He like super delusional. He be real convicted when he debates. He definitely stayed like stuck on his subject, no matter how crazy it sounds. But he ends up getting high numbers too. So I don't know.
I don't understand it. There's no way that all of this could be actually happening that way. It just is nah. It's not one of those things.
Yeah, I don't get based on the thing how they didn't think that I edged that out, but
Nah, I know it ain't no. Them niggas are stupid.
I'm not the judges.
Because it ain't no way that they come
Not the
across
judges,
with.
so I can't. Yeah.
It ain't no way that they come
Just
across
gotta
with.
do the next ones. I got 3 more. Oh, we'll see. I got 3 more. So he's their champion. I know he got a lot of crowd support. I know he got whatever. So we'll just see going forward. I think I did good. I wouldn't say, even though it's a loss on the record, you know what I'm saying, with the way the points are and everything else. Like, I mean, it's kind of a W because the points they tried to give me against Lucky, they gave us both real low points. I didn't understand that either. But
Yeah, because they were taking off a presentation and all that other shit that they had going on. Like they point system fucked up. That's not how you do. It's not how you score the shit.
yeah, I know his slides against me were very, the colors, and it was kind of like you couldn't read it. but he was saying what was on the slides though, because I was big on my screen, but it was hard to see. But his slides since then though, like, you can't say nothing about him. They on point.
So my lucky.
You can read them very clear. Yeah, he won. He been winning. He been winning. So and yeah, you can see that shit real clear. So he made his adjustment or whatever. And it was just like, all right.
Yeah.
I'm the only one with my debates spread out like that. Everybody else done already had like 2 or 3 debates like him. V Note. V Note. He gonna come over here try to debate you again. He gonna have something.
He
He
ain't
gonna be able to
debating.
do it better this time.
Ain't nothing. He ain't got nothing to debate me on. Nothing. There's nothing that he can debate me on. He's
He
struggling
gonna learn. He gonna learn some
on
shit.
topics that they having. There's
But
no
you know what? He don't debate. He haven't debated no Abo shit. Like that's.
right because
I want to
you
see
know this
him
shit ain't
debate
gonna
that.
fly with them.
Like I wanted to debate him over
Yeah.
there, but he kept bringing up. Yeah, he kept bringing up other stuff. I did. I wanted to debate Vino on his Panama and stuff like that.
He's not finna do that. Definitely ain't finna do that.
but he done, but he debated big people though. So that's why his numbers is up there. He didn't debate it. I think he debated Diamond. I think he debated Chocolate. He lost that too. Hey man, that nigga Vino said that women can't be president of the United States, right? And he said it
I seen
because
him get
women are
beat up.
victims.
Somebody told me he got beat up about that.
Hey, it was his premise. Like, what are you talking about? He was talking about how much men be violating women and like beating them up and killing them and stuff. And so, since they victims, the men need to be protected. Of like the same men that you just said was violent. Like, what are you talking about? Oh man, I don't know. He needs somebody to look over his stuff or something. He crazy. Yeah. Everybody's students growing up.
Mm-hmm.
It's been 4 hours. Well, you said I did a good job, mainly.
V not is on 20. I believe that. But nah, yeah, you did for this debate as it pertains to answering the research question, you did a far better job than he did making that argument. And he was stuck in his argument. Whereas when you were dealing with facts, he was dealing with feelings, and that should have ended the topic on answering the research question. I don't give a fuck if I know the playback is different because you catch certain shit, but when this is initially being debated as a judge, fuck the other shit, the presentation, fuck all of that. The information that is being argued, which one is arguing with information? So just because he sound like he's saying some shit, that don't mean that's fact. So the way that he's presenting or talking about whatever he got going on, that can't be the authority on a decision on did he answer the question? Did he answer? Hold on. Let me people in the chat. I'm trying to be honest. Let me see if I can do this shit from my phone. This is crazy. I mean, I'm trying to be completely honest. Completely honest.
Are y'all scared? Do I gotta get on my laptop to do this shit? Yep. Thirsty. I want some Italian. I want pasta. Maybe I should make me some vodka pasta. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Dude says, say that in Africa, but then where your comment go? You deleted that shit? Because we'll say that in Ethiopia. Because the form of Christianity that they got is a Western religion. What the fuck are you talking about? Well, nobody cares about no motherfucking Christianity. Get off my page. Sam Gady. Juco. Okay. The Buffs is bringing in the peoples. View channel. Y'all gotta be honest with yourself. That dude was arguing like he an elbow. Tell the truth. Tell the truth. Oh, what the fuck, bro?
You're funny. That typing you're doing is hilarious.
I'm trying to fix my shit.
Trying to fix what?
My question in the chat.
How you trying to? I don't know. You can take down the picture.
What picture? This? No. No, listen, that's why I say they got elbows, because they never do.
Wow, that's never gonna happen.
Let me see if the polls show up.
You making a poll?
I did, but they ain't showing. Hold on, y'all. I gotta end the poll. There we go. Shit, be
So
honest.
you be eating Italian food with no meat?
Yeah. You don't need no damn meat to eat no food.
What the fuck? Kind of
What come
Italian food with no meat? Just sauce and noodles.
No, yeah.
That's our problem. Y'all think, goddamn, you gotta have.
I just don't know nothing. Pierogies, maybe? Is that Italian?
Man, just
I like
stop. Like I said, cheese ravioli. Hey, listen. Hold on. I gotta say this. When I say that Taz argued this shit like abos do when we debating abos, I mean it. The reason that I say that is because they never answer the research question and they always argue with feelings. And then when they think they have evidence for something, the evidence that they present goes against them completely. This nigga Mickey in the chat talking about we don't eat meat. Nigga, you don't eat no meat. You eat meat. I don't eat meat. What are you talking about? We know you eat meat. What meat y'all talking about first?
Nigga, what?
I gotta ask.
I said, wait a minute. There's something wrong with you. Oh, okay. I figured it wasn't.
I don't even know who that is. That you just
Pierogies
responded.
is too
What up, bro?
good.
Thank you for educating us, cause she don't know what the hell she talking about. Pierogi.
I asked what's pierogies. I asked where did they count.
I never heard of no motherfucking shit like that. Who in the chat? Hey, all right. So somebody said the test answered the research question. So if you said yes, the one person that said yes, where in his presentation or at what timestamp did Taz answer that the responsibility that the federal government was responsible for slave reparations? Where did he present the evidence for that? And even in his rebuttal round, from his intro into his premise, where did he show the evidence for that? Oh, you good? I didn't know it was you. I was just asking in general. Cause I just wanted Now, the reason that I'm saying that is because this is how we have to start. If y'all over there and y'all listening to these debates and y'all watching these people debate shit, y'all got to know the research question. It is very important. Y'all can't be like, oh, it's a debate. Who's supposed to be debating? Oh, Lucky debating, Honey. All right, what they debating? It don't even matter. I'm gonna show up just to support Lucky and Honey. Okay, cool. But then they debating some shit, and then you don't know the debate topic. Then you gonna fuck around. You're gonna be lost on which way this shit gotta go. He said I wasn't here for the whole thing. So hold on. Let me play the last few minutes of this dumbass nigga shit. Let me be quiet. Let me see what he said.
Left out the transatlantic slave trade while mentioning the United Nations and what it was that happened at the United Nations. How did she do that? How do you come back and mention the UN if you're not going to mention the transatlantic slave trade that the UN conversation centered around? Again, this conversation has to be held with some integrity. We can't make it seem like the states are suddenly just going to operate with integrity. They're not. They had to be forced to let people off of plantations. They had to be forced to let people out of peonage. They had to be forced in all aspects of these conversations surrounding the rights of Black Americans. So to sit here today and pretend like you can use these slides and make no note of what has happened historically, right? It's the Constitution that says we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. That's not a state doctrine. It's not a state doctrine that says that these rights are unalienable in that we have the right to pursue life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness? That was the federal government that failed on their level to protect those citizens from ever being slaves in a state in the first place. There was never supposed to be a slave state according to people having the unalienable right to pursue that life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. And so again, when she brings a constitutional argument and she makes the argument that states are liable for states' laws, but when those states are going over and above state laws, when it's time to check them states for them state laws, who steps in to check them? Who has the overall ability to shut down what it is a state is doing?
He ain't showed us one time in history of the whole argument of any part of the debate where the state stepped in and changed some shit. She showed y'all Shay's rebellion. She showed y'all Shay's rebellion where the federal government came in and said it ain't nothing they can do about it because it's a sovereign state and the shit that they got going on is handled at a state level. That's why the federal government can't get into everything. It has to violate something specifically and according to the federal law in order for the feds to be involved. Them talking about fucking people as property, that ain't a fucking federal, that ain't got nothing to do with the shit. He just talking, Ramon. That's what I'm saying. Like, we're in the middle of debate with children that don't know the subject matter and they're arguing that shit from feelings, emotions. Listen, the dude might be a good dude. He might be a great brother, a great husband or boyfriend, a great father, a great uncle, a great son, a great cousin, a great individual in society. Just an all-around good dude. But that ain't got nothing to do with the facts. And the facts are he was ill-prepared to argue this point with evidence. He is still screaming from the living room of his house, feelings. No legislature. No federal guidelines. Nothing that come from the Fed. He keeps saying the state gonna treat us however the fuck they want to treat us. We can't trust the state, and then say the federal government is supposed to step in and correct the state. That ain't happening. Where the fuck did it happen? When did the federal government come in and correct the state? Then you tried to use the Memphis massacre. That had nothing to do with the state. That was some fucking white people, degenerate, stinky, funky ass, low life level, Caucasoid, mother freakers, being thugs. A white mob came into an area where black people were and start burning up houses, raping and killing people. That was a mob. That wasn't the state. You gave us an example of the state preventing this white mob. But then at the end of the day, the white mob wasn't even charged. They let the mob go. No charges. So what the fuck did they regulate or step in to do? They wasn't protecting nobody. Because that same mob could form again and cause more issues on people. So why would that be your example? You didn't show no legislation that actually the federal government handed down to the states where they were able to get money off of them. The research question never went answered. It never went answered. So how in the fuck are we in the middle of a debate and we got an even debate according to the judges? This nigga got his ass kicked. The first 2 minutes in her round, she kicked his ass. She defined it, the shit. She laid down her premise early to tell you exactly what she was going to argue when it was really time to argue her premise in the intro. Get this nigga out of here quick. 5 minutes, I'm going to get him out of here in 5. I ain't got time to play with him. She gave you a timeline, even though she bounced around. She gave you historical accounts. She gave you entities that was involved and provoked this shit. She told you that these niggas was trying to secede from the motherfucker. All that. He even did it too. He helped her. Because he don't know how to argue and shit. So I'm trying to figure out how he been winning. I'm confused. I'm confused. Is the poll down? Where the fucking poll go? There you go. I can't even pin it, bitch. This shit looks so different on my phone. Let me get off this. Where your ass at? Muting shit. You probably trying to pre-record this shit. There you go.
I got another debate on Saturday, and I got one at the end of the month. Somewhere else. I got a debate somewhere else Saturday. Somewhere else at the end of the month.
Ramon said, what the hell is he talking about? He don't know. He just talking. Don't know. So you're not finna convince me to listen to a nigga that don't know. I'm sorry. Hey, so in the description of this video, I actually put up some stuff. So, this is Slavery in the Making of America. It actually has a timeline that you actually can follow where you can figure out certain things that were going on, leading all the way up into, and it tells you, look, D'Angelo marriage is his first recorded marriage between blacks in New Amsterdam. Remember what I said about New Amsterdam? Remember what I said about New Netherlands? I said you got the Dutch. When she mentioned in her slide that they operated independently, this is why. You got motherfuckers calling New Netherlands. You got motherfuckers calling New Amsterdam. You got the, you know what I mean? You got the Dutch over there in certain areas. You got the English. You got the British. You got all kind of people. Like, they running shit how they want to run shit. That's why it wasn't like that. So anyway, this timeline, this gives you an idea of some historical moments through this timeline that get you where you need to go. And then you get the institution. Look, no escape from slavery. Virginia enacts a law hereditary that she mentioned earlier. Boom, about the child being born. Massachusetts reverses a ruling dating back to 1652 that allowed blacks to train in arms. They repealed that shit. They said, hell nah, we ain't giving black people. Y'all making them motherfucking slaves. We ain't finna give them the right to bear no arm. They gonna shoot motherfuckers. All of that. Look, Maryland legalizes slavery at different times. All of these states are showing different expressions and behaviors toward blacks. All of that. So with that timeline, that's why I kept saying the timeline is important, because you gotta establish the timeline and then you go right on to it. And then you eliminate it. So I left a lot of sources in the description about this subject matter for people to actually be aware of and can actually, you know, pick up on some stuff and then peep how some people would argue it, or just that based on the evidence, right? Like, he ain't got no legislation that shows us, and this is 1754, a ledger of sale of 118 slaves. Where the fuck was the government at in this shit? Preventing from the sale of slaves. Oh, hold on. What was this? What was it? 54. Oh, it wasn't no goddamn government, because that shit wasn't established until around 1789, or we'll say 1787. So now you got to deal with the establishment of that, and you got to break all of that down. So that's why I left the sources, because that's a key element into this whole thing. They tell you what the federal government did. We have it right here. preserve national unity, provide national security, promote physical solvency, establish a racial order. Goddamn, they participated in racial order. Look, the federal government was established with a complex combination of equality and inequality. The federal system was supposed to provide equality among states, and the Constitution was supposed to protect the equality of white citizens. But the implicit in this arrangement was a mandate for white supremacy. Federal leaders and white settlers alike sought to extinguish Native American sovereignty and later to forcibly remove Native Americans from their homelands. The federal government played a crucial role in securing African American slavery in Western territories and in creating a legal system that preserved slavery in existing states. So I would have brought this point up to him to make him own in on the federal government's participation, because since he want to charge them motherfuckers for something, okay, you want to charge them? Well, here's the only time the Fed participated in something, is to help the whole slavery situation. Then you got an argument to go back and forth on. He didn't do none of that. He ain't even use it. He could have brought this out, and she would have been like, huh? What? Or she would have been familiar with it and been able to understand, like, boom, yes, this is how slavery spread to the West. But it still was ran at a state level, yada, 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 yada. Like they tell you what they do, what they participated in. But he, so I just left all this in there, for the readers, the people who really want to get their business in. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know the elbows, they don't even go in the chat in the description of the video, because none of this stuff makes sense to them. It puts them in harm's way. And that was the goal. Then, you got to start dealing with what you got evidence for. 1865, 13th Amendment of the Constitution, yada, 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 yada. Start walking it down, or go to the 10th, go to the 11th, 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th. You heard her mention this shit. Negro women's children to serve according to the conditions of the mother. There's the actual act right here on the screen. You can read the shit for yourself. Get to the actual act. Not a coincidence that showed you this shit. Everybody that showed you this shit, you got it. I mean, stuff. Hang on, I keep cussing. Also, she didn't mention this, but I'm going to mention it. Parto sequitur ventrum. Law, race, and reproduction in colonial slavery. That's really what that act was about. This just goes a little bit further into it than what you just mentioned. But that was the name of it originally. Then the anti-slavery laws from 1778 to 1807. But here's the thing. It marked significant steps in the gradual abolition of slavery in the United States. Vermont became the first state to abolish slavery entirely with its constitution in 1777, which prohibited holding individuals as servants or slaves after they reached the age of 21. This period also saw Pennsylvania pass a law in 1780 that initiated a gradual end of slavery, allowing for freedom of any unregistered African Americans by the end of the year, although children born into slavery remained bound until they were late 20s. They give you more. See what I'm saying? Then you heard the slave code shit pop up. Let's deal with that. But I wanted to add something, because you heard Honey argue about marijuana. Well, in 2022, there were several states who were voting yes, slavery is on the ballot in these states. So they wanted to deal with this. So more than 100 years after official outlawed in the United States, slavery will be on the ballot in 5 states in November. So in 2022, 5 states had slavery on the ballot as a new abolitionist movement seeks to reshape prison labor. Voters in Alabama, Louisiana, Oregon, Tennessee, and Vermont will decide on a state constitutional amendment prohibiting slavery, and involuntary servitude in some cases, except for work by incarcerated people. This shit was on a ballot at a state level. So I don't want to hear all of that finger point. Nigga, you didn't know the subject matter. You took it for granted because she was a female. And you thought you was just going to walk right on through it. She showed you proper methodology, answered the research question, and moved that shit forward. And you probably got in your feelings when later you started to see that she was kicking your ass. And then here is established reparations actions in 11 states and 22 localities across the United States. And here go your states right here. Talking about some motherfucking reparations. That's in the description. So I don't even want to hear, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to hear. You can't convince me.
I should have told you this beforehand.
You talking about to me? No, I ain't got nothing to do with your debate.
I know you got the sources.
Nah, you weren't talking to me.
Go.
You want speaking to me? Whatever now. So anyway, I provided that information to everybody in the chat. You can grab that information, you know what I'm saying, and do with it as you wish. You can even grab something out of there and be able to even go back and leave comments on them people's video if y'all want to. And be like, how y'all got this as him winning the debate when he never answered the research question? That's exactly what you know what I'm saying? That's what I mean. They bias. They bias. So there's a comment. And then Psycho gonna say, I would absolutely love to see you break down our biases independent of exposing your own bias. I don't have no bias. But by all means, if you can manage that, then go for it. So I'm finna reply to him. This is why I told you they don't like me.
I don't want to leave, yeah. I'm going to take my nap. You're crazy.
So I can go further. I can listen. If that's what he want me to do, I can go further because I exposed it. It's very easy. He never answered the research question. That don't have nothing to do with me. That has everything to do with the way he presented his argument in that debate. It has nothing to do with me. I'm far removed. If he had done it, I would have said he had done it. Or I would have said he had a good point here. Or I would have said, well, he got you on this point when he did X, Y, and Z. The information that he presented, he began with his feelings. He immediately started off with a bias. He the one that had to remove his bias in order to do this debate. So to ask me to remove something when I know the research question and he never answered it, lets me know, Psycho, or whoever runs the debate channel, you Negroes don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. You scored the debate. You scored the debate as a tie, and then went to the chat, and then it was settled by the chat or whatever the fuck y'all did, or whatever point system y'all combined it as, and one of y'all had one more point higher than the other, which means that he won the debate. That's the way that y'all scored this debate. And when we go back and we review the debate, and we understand the research question, he never focused on the research question. I don't give a fuck about question and answer based on what's presented, based on the rebuttals. The nigga had no business being in the ring. That's no bias. And I simply sit here and said and gave an example. I'm finna show y'all. I simply sit here and gave y'all an example with one of the sources where he could have said, well, what about this? He didn't, because he doesn't have the capacity to even do whatever it is he's doing. Don't ever in your life, bruh. Debate league, psycho. Don't ever in your life utter this to me again. Break down our biases or independent of exposing your own bias. I had none. I critiqued the fuck out of her. That's why I did it, to critiquing her and him. And I think I did that. I critiqued her and him. I was harsh on her. Been harsh on her every time she presents some shit. She already know that I'm gonna beat her shit up. That's the number one rule. But to say independent of exposing your own biases is crazy. That's why I said you don't know who you talking to, huh? Because I stand on business. Now, if you really want me to be technical, my nigga, the shit about Lucky is too crazy. Because y'all deducted points off Lucky presentation talking about, because him using his little chat slide thing, you said that wasn't good enough and y'all had trouble reading it. So you was deducting points from him. Not based on what he said. But here, because a nigga put some shit big as day on the fucking screen and ain't saying nothing but his fucking feelings, y'all didn't deduct nothing from it. Because his slides wasn't matching up to what his mouth was saying. Everything she said on her slide, everything she said, she had it on her slides. Everything that nigga said wasn't even on none of his slides. Go back and watch it. If you want me to really get into y'all shit, I can really get into y'all shit. And I can do every last one of y'all debates like that. Break that shit all the way fucking down and show y'all that you niggas ain't answering the research questions. And the ones that are answering the research questions, you ain't really giving them all the credit that they need. The shit was biased. There was no way that y'all have a neck and neck debate with a motherfucker who never answered the research question. Fuck out of here. It don't matter if it was her, my mama, your mama, aunties, cousins, none of that bullshit. Don't ever say no shit like that to me, bro. I do research. I do proper research methodology. Motherfuckers know I do that shit. That's why certain people fuck with my information, because they know I ain't gonna lie to them. I ain't gonna sugarcoat no shit. I ain't gonna hide no shit. I ain't gonna do none of that. I'm gonna tell them. And when I'm wrong, I have no problem saying I'm wrong. You'll see me adjust, adapt, and present that shit the way it need to go. I've been like that. It's called integrity. Being able to take critique. So don't ever sit here and say that, wow, man, come on, bro. You sound dumb in a motherfucker responding to me like that. You don't know who you talking to. Standing on that. Guarantee you I'm going to tell the truth. I ain't hide nothing. That's why I went at her the way I went at her. She answered the research question. She provided more evidence than the motherfucker arguing against her. She did way better. Way better. Presenting her information, sticking to the research question, answering the research question, and having the accounts and evidence to argue for it. All we got was my nigga coming out saying how he felt. His feelings was involved the whole time. Conceding point after point about the state's involvement in how they mistreat and handle people. She's telling you because the state is mistreating and misrepresenting people, they are to blame. They are responsible for. I don't give a damn. If she's wrong, I done told you that she's wrong. That's why I said, how the fuck y'all let her have pseudo beat y'all? She had pseudo. She a strategy queen. Crystals and shit. See how she felt when I said she would have pseudo? She's in the chat ready to cuss me out. Now you talking about you want to ask me something, but it's out the subject matter. Like, for real, what up, Vyasa? Like, motherfuckers is crazy out here. Like, you for real deal crazy out here, bro. To think that this was a even debate. How? It was two different introductions. There was two different premises argued. Night and day. One was cleaner, crispier, and knowledgeable of the subject matter. The other one was in his goddamn feelings. You heard it. Had more doubt in it and more skepticism about it and was just trying to push and point blame. She identified the blame. She directed the blame. She assigned the blame. Based on not emotions or feelings, but the evidence. And then she showed how much power the Fed actually had over the state with examples, i.e. Shay's rebellion, where the Feds told them they can't do shit to a sovereign state. Them shits didn't violate none of the shit they had. Come on, man. Don't ever try to sit here and say all of that. Don't ever do that, bro. That's like you questioning my intelligence. And I don't play about my motherfucking intelligence. Can't talk to me like I'm stupid. And that just goes to show you how y'all niggas don't be paying attention. Because I came from my Sean page. Don't ever try to play with me. And y'all can clip it and tell them niggas. So what's up, Mika? What you gotta ask? I'm gonna leave that on the screen biggest day. So y'all can clip that whole part and send it to them. Fuck out of here. Fuck y'all think it is. He don't answer the research question. He don't get no credit for it. Y'all just handing out credit. Trying to make it look like it was head up. Get the fuck out of here. Let's help him out, Priest Daniela. So you guys, you want if you want to find out a child is yours, DNA test can prove it. It's the same DNA testing. Oh, okay. Mika, why you share that shit? Oh, it's Daniela? I'm going to answer this real quick. Nationality is not ethnicity. Hold on. I answered him. If that's who you're talking about, Daniela, I responded to that dude. What you think about this who were assigned started debate that's going on now? I don't know nothing about no who were signs. I don't know nothing about that. I mean, I seen Jehudi. I seen a post from Jehudi. He has said something about it, but the truth is exactly what Jehudi said. Like the people, like the field of science is continuum. The field of science has nothing to do with what people are trying to make science. Like these people didn't know that they were early humans. Let me see if I can say this correctly. Early humans had no knowledge of something being scientific or would later become science. They had no proper understanding of the field. People are will naturally experiment with nature, meaning in order for them to understand what fire is, they may touch that shit and see that it burns. Here's the thing when you're having an argument with Unc. First, I don't even know what Unc is saying. Because he could be saying the same thing and y'all taking it wrong. Because people didn't know that they were practicing, like, hold on, for instance, like the Egyptians, as an example, right, with dentistry, broken bones, and things of that nature. It took trial and error for them to get to a point to where they knew how to resolve those issues. Headaches, toothaches, fixing big toes, all of those things, trial and error. That's a part of the scientific method. Yes, these people were practicing something, but they were laying down the foundation for science. Like there are practices in medical science today that Egyptians was doing 3,000 years ago that are relevant today, right? Unc would be okay. What's wrong with that? The field of science as a body of knowledge. The world had accumulated, huh? I don't know. You ain't. I can't respond. I can't. Hold up. Because you ain't telling me anything. Everything is about experimentation. And some ancestors grew on certain shit that comes before all of that. Yo. Oh. Damn. Yeah, I can hear you now.
What's up, brother? How you doing?
No, hey, I got a question. Cause somebody asked me a question. So they said, I guess they arguing with you about science, who was doing science and all that old shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What was your position?
Position is the technology that you find in different places was far more superior than the science that had matured. And people don't know that. They think science is superior. They don't know what they're talking about.
Nah, it ain't superior because it took a lot of trial and error for us to gain the knowledge to be able to answer things about our natural world that we now understand because of the technology.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm saying that in other places,
even
though science matures, violent science matured in Europe, other places had superior technology
than them
and knowledge than they did. People don't get that.
Oh yeah, but that's a fact.
Yeah, but I'm saying, so they think that science is dude. In the 1800s, they didn't have the germ theory yet. Well, people are just crazy, bro. Indigenous knowledge is superior sometimes in scientific things. I can't tell these people that, bro. They just started talking about science.
Right. But no. What you just said is also relevant because indigenous knowledge would have been ahead of what certain sciences would be because they found a solution amongst themselves through trial and error.
Thank you, bro.
That's how they got so knowledgeable about certain plants, what could ail or heal certain things that science had not even developed enough to be able to answer that. Case in point, let's take the white man's grave. They couldn't deal with malaria. It was something new to them when they entered into West and Central Africa. They knew that they needed to stay away because they kept on. Some people would fall ill and die, and they called it the white man's grave, and some of them didn't, but they fell ill. It was until their bodies were able to form protection, and then they learned about certain plant and things that would help them prevent against that would allow them to enter into the interior of Africa. They could not enter into the interior of Africa before that knowledge. But it comes back down to acquiring the knowledge that understand the natural world and why things are happening the way they are.
And what's the time period is that, though? That's the what? During the scientific revolution, ain't it? Or am I tripping?
No. The whole white man's grave shit would be
during the scientific revolution. Slavery.
Yeah. You're right.
Scientific revolution. Right. That's my point. They don't know what they're talking about. They playing, bro.
Well, I think they misunderstanding what you're saying.
On purpose, because they blackologists, bro. They think science means you had something better, bro. That's not true. You got to right now, scientists go to traditional people and sit down with them and gain knowledge from them and take it and apply the scientific method to it. You get it?
Correct.
There's things that we don't even know about that indigenous people know about.
Well, they said that. Right. That's true too. But they said that though. They said this during the pandemic. They said that they were going to sit down with traditionalists to figure out what they're doing or what they're trying to do to prevent. Yeah. Okay. So I'm not
sitting here arguing with these idiots. These idiots think that science predates technology, bro. I say,
no.
Gorge, Ethiopia, 2.5 million years they got technology. No science yet. What are we talking about?
Yep. You had technology with no science.
Right, I'm not that man. Come on, bro.
You had the Shango bone.
Math.
Yep.
So they got math. The pyramids is not science. It's high level engineering, math, and technology. They don't know that. Bro. They all Reggie messed up the whole conversation, bro.
Reggie did?
Yeah, man. He jumped down to Africa science. I said, yo, science don't got no spirituality in it at all, bro.
None.
Very dry. None. Right, I said, come on, bro. Like, and so look this up, yo. Mind and science mature nowhere else, right? First, and so what that tell you? That tell you it must not be the all in all. It must not be a necessity. Matter of fact, when it was going through the revolution, they couldn't even apply it yet. Like, why didn't they know that black people wasn't inferior because of color skin if they science was so serious?
Yeah. But I think in some instances, some of them are arguing because of the great accomplishments that, for example, we go back to Egypt, right? Because you had mentioned it. But some of the great examples, and I just said it earlier about like, understanding how to use certain tools and things like that to operate and fix teeth, bones, the brain surgery technique or mechanism, all of that stuff. Like they
did it before science. How about that? That means traditional wisdom.
Right. That's what I'm saying, though. I know.
Thank you, bro.
But I'm also saying that like stuff like that set the foundation. I'm saying it set the foundation for science to evolve into what it is today.
Sean, you can't find that nowhere else but like that. That's what they say.
Right.
They don't say nothing else but that, Sean. It's crazy.
So I don't know. So you arguing?
Yeah, I know.
You arguing with a saw and all them?
No, I ain't arguing with them. I ain't talked to them yet.
Oh, you ain't talked to them yet. Oh, right.
I ain't talked to them yet. I ain't arguing with them. I understand it, yo. I ain't sitting here not understanding that. Come on, bro. We know what the foundation is. That you can read it. Wikipedia. Look, I'm gonna call you when I get in the house. I'm in a car.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Is it? But okay. So Mika, I ain't got a saw number in this phone. But if I talk to a SAR, I think I know a SAR's argument. The argument that a SAR would like to propose, right? And a SAR is going to be more focused on certain accomplishments, but that doesn't say that they had science, that had wisdom, that goes back to traditional wisdom about certain things, and that knowledge allowed, like, you gotta give humans credit. And I'm gonna give you an example. I'm gonna use West Africa for instance, right? I'm gonna go to do I want to do that or do I want to use something else? So traditionalists in West Africa, right, had a thing about certain L's. They would come over people and demonizing them, I'm not demonizing, deifying them, right? Like smallpox. There's a smallpox deity, right? Now we know it to be a smallpox deity today, but before that, we don't know what name that they actually, well, how they actually identified it. They just knew that it was an L that came over people if they went into a specific area, and then they deified that, and then a solution would come behind that due to trial and error, which basically means that the people in the community that you would call medicine men, they were familiar with these ailments, and they made themselves familiar with these ailments by experimenting on themselves, by pitching a portion of their skin, making these scars, and exposing themselves to the ailment of which these people were sick from. They realized that doing that technique, or whatever the case may be, helped them establish some type of protection against, quote unquote, the virus. So when people would fall and come down sick, they would walk around. There's stories like this in history. They have a story about this. They would walk through the villages and people would look at them as if they were, you know what I'm saying, special. The whole time, their immunity afforded them the protection against the virus. But they didn't know how to communicate that. They didn't know how to communicate that. So, you know, all of that stuff is development over time, and we come to technology helped advance that and birth the field of science into what we know today. And then we gain a more understanding because we don't get to see everything in our exposure being where we are. Sean, a great starting point for the entire conversation I'm hearing is William Whewell. If understood how the word scientist was manifested, it gives a great platform to build on. It gives the philosophical and terminological schism needed in a respectable way. Gotcha. I don't know, but I'm not privy to the conversation. I have been working and out of the loop. I ain't gonna lie to none of y'all. I've been working and out of the loop and reading my little books and minding my business. That's it. That's all I've been doing. I ain't been doing nothing more, nothing less, but just focused on it, and that's it. Now, Mika, I know you're going to have a whole nother argument, so you're going to be saying some crazy ass shit. Well, maybe next time, what? Because it just sounds like to me you trying to stir the pot because you in love with a Saw Imhotep. That's your boo. And you trying to protect the Saw. I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to protect your boo. Vyasa says, same, but sounds like the same overall argument. Demonstrates science or scientific thought, pre-scientific method debate. Yeah, but you can't do that. You definitely, you can't do that. I mean, we know in Egypt, they had some form of methodology because of Tep Hesep, which means correct method. So there were steps that they would take to actually be able to resolve the things that they understood in their natural world and their natural environment based on their traditional practices. When it was outside the scope of their understanding, then it don't go the way that it looked like it needed to go for them. So unfortunately, You know, you have situations to where motherfuckers might just croaked over and died or whatever the case may be. But yeah, it's crazy like that. It's crazy to say it like that, but it is what it is. But nah, Mika's just trying to protect old boy though. Sigh. Surgical aside. And like I said, I don't know what he's saying, so I can't say what he ain't saying. I'm just saying what I know. And that's it. According to what I know. But yeah, I mean, it may be a more healthier argument when people fully understand it. But then you might have people that just romanticize certain aspects of certain things, which gets us to a period or a point to where that shit can be an issue. But listen, man, I've been on this bitch entirely too long. Y'all let Psycho know. He tagged in the video in the description. I ain't playing no games, so hold up. He gonna look at the video time and be like, to recap on it. But he tagged. The debate channel tagged on there. I don't duck no smoke. None. And then if they wanna debate if they were biased or not, we can debate it. And I can show you clip after clip after clip. I'll go back to Lucky shit. And if they want to debate it, and we can debate it on their channel, I can show clip after clip after clip where their biases are exposed based on how they looked at everything. Start with Lucky. There he is. Psychopatheist Live. Psychopatheist. And they tag right there. I ain't had nothing. I ain't had nothing. They biased, bro. Ain't no way Honey Clark should have lost the debate to some people that can't even fucking debate the topic. The man literally didn't debate didn't answer the research question. Crazy work. How she lose by 1 point in a debate where the man had no evidence. None. Where was his primary evidence? She didn't walk you through history showing actual evidence, had accounts, had a timeline, had everything going. Dude didn't have none of that. Dude had his feelings. Fuck out of here. Your feelings don't matter, bro. We debating. Now I'm going to be uber critical. These niggas opening y'all mouths like motherfuckers is chastising y'all. I'm going to show you chastising. Make y'all switch y'all shit up. Because y'all out of pocket. Switch your style up. What happened? Well, I left a comment and I told them that they were being biased. There was no way that the debate should have been tied. I said, knowing the debate topic, ain't no way that she gonna tie in a debate with somebody if her argument is more solid than another person. And I based all of this off my own knowledge of the research question. How would I look at this debate topic and how would I argue this debate topic based on evidence? She says the states are to blame and should be responsible for paying reparations. He said the federal government. So he has a gap to explain from 1619 to 1787 or 1789, somewhere around late 1780s. He has to explain what happened before that. Who's responsible for the shit that happened before that? That never came up. He never established a definition of anything. He never explained how the federal government was formed or what the federal government's job was to do. We never got anything out of that. We got feelings and emotions. We got no examples of the federal government paying reparations to any people about anything in regard to a situation. where it involved the enslavement of property, because people were seen as property. Our ancestors were. So he just do argue poorly. I don't know how you give him a win when he argued poorly. I don't care how you feel about it. You can get in your motherfucking feelings and want to do whatever you want to do. Talk your shit. I don't even care. But ain't no way that dude should have won that debate. Based on what we reviewed today, based on listening to that shit and winding it back over and over and over and listening over and over and over. And I was critical of both of them. Talking about telling me to remove my bias. Brother, that's the only way I fucking research. I challenge my own beliefs. If I believe something, I challenge that bitch. That's how I get to the truth. I don't go off how I feel. I like that uncomfortable position. Like you said, he voted for Honey Live. Like, she answered the research question, bro. Like, real shit. It ain't got nothing to do with liking her or not liking her. She just answered the research question. The question was, should the state government bear the responsibility of slave reparations? He says, no, it's the feds. We never saw any evidence. She says yes, and then permits to provide the evidence. And then gave you examples. And she killed the whole thing when she went to the slave rebellion. I mean, y'all know what I'm talking about. Shit in Massachusetts. Shays Rebellion. She killed it with that. She killed it with other things. She killed it with the progress was the individual states was making. Like, you got to understand the arguments here. If the debate topic is one thing, a person can't talk about everything else that ain't about the debate topic. I'm not stupid. We're here arguing this shit for a reason. And this is one of the most, and the reason why I'm so passionate about this shit is because it is a reality of us all that are black in America. We want these motherfuckers to pay us what they owe us. Free schooling, free health care, land. Hell, they can cars, housing, all that shit they got us in, they owe. We had ancestors sacrifice for that shit. Like them Phillips family, they got all of their money in Tennessee, and they done built up and accumulated all their wealth in West Tennessee, Central Tennessee, East Tennessee, back to Virginia, all the way back to Virginia, off motherfucking blood, sweat, and tears of black people that I descend from. Now the motherfucking they owe. The states owe. They allowed that shit. They participated in that shit. And they brokered that shit. And those families were protected by the state. Nah, they didn't debate a title, Vyasa. The research question was, should the state government bear the responsibility of slave reparations? She provided the evidence for the argument. He ain't provide shit but his feelings and emotions. It was two different conversations that were going on, and if you wasn't listening, if you wasn't listening, you'll miss it. That's why I paid clear attention, and I made sure to rewind it. And there was certain shit said during that bitch that I wanted y'all to hear, because you wouldn't hear that shit live initially, or you wouldn't have paid attention to that shit. So I had to make it to where you could actually hear that shit, so I can tell you why I feel the way I feel. It ain't just me feeling the way I feel just to be feeling that shit, because I don't give a fuck. She ain't paying me. She did a much better job, period. Period. And you can't convince me otherwise. Show me where she Show me where she faltered and didn't answer the research question. What are you talking about? Voss ain't a part of no cult. He might be over there with him or watching or whatever the case, but he ain't part of that. He ain't part of no cult. You tell them niggas what I said. That's what I need. When y'all over there debating with them, y'all let them know. Just let them know. Just tell them. Straight up and down. They don't want no smoke. Ask them, do they want to debate? Ask them, do they want to debate me live on their channel that they aren't biased. And I'm gonna pull out every fucking clip in every fucking debate regarding every last debate topic, and I'm gonna show instances of them on purpose. And I ain't even gotta ever see the debate. I can just play it through, and then you're gonna be able to immediately pick up on it and catch it. Who won a debate? How did they win a debate? They didn't answer the question. When Lucky B dude about abos being indigenous to Americas, Lucky debate focused on the fucking research question, answered the question, and killed it. Dude didn't even know what he was dealing with. The dude Lucky debated, he didn't even know what he was dealing with. Dude, they got to taking points off presentation or couldn't computer issues and Lucky first debate with you. With Honey Claude, all that old crazy ass stupid shit. Like, bro, like, come on, man. Y'all boys crazy. Nah, she just saying that, you know what I'm saying, Vyasha, she just saying that because, you know what I'm saying, you know, she just be emotional. Niggas be beating up. It's all right, bro. She okay. You've been laying down for 15 minutes talking about you still alive. Shut up. You just got off the panel 15 minutes ago. I was answering questions. I had called because Mika was trying to lie on I knew she was lying on Yeah, she at work. She can't comment. Mika, I know you was lying on I'm playing. Everybody be saying I got a coat. Yeah, don't nobody want to hear that. I don't never say you got a coat. The only coats is FBA Ron who talked. FBA Ron came in here with a new FBA page. That boy got 10, 20 pages that he just commented on for himself. Tariq don't show up. He be getting the notifications, but he ain't saying nothing. He don't want no smoke with the Masi. You know, he got to tread lightly. But Ron want an audience. But listen, man, I'm gonna get the fuck up out of here. I'm gonna go get me some pasta, some Italian. That's what I want. I want some pasta. I probably go to oh yeah, that's what I can do. Do want to go to what's the name of that place? Maggiano's, Little Italy. Or what's the other little spot that ain't too like that? That's Carrabba's. I don't want no. Let me see if they got some new menu items. If I go to Carrabba's, it's like settling. Then my sister went to a spot. It's a whole new little spot. It was all upscale though. I ain't got time for that spot. I ain't going on no motherfucking date. I'm trying to eat. What's this right here? Yeah, I think I'm gonna go to this spot right here. Yep, hit up the Italian grill. Let me see.
Yep, yeah. Let me do that. Yeah. Spedinio Di Marie? What the fuck is that? They just be naming some shit. Oh, that's a low calorie meal too. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, let me get myself together, man. Get on about it, man. I appreciate everybody tapping in, doing your thing. Hold on, we got a question and we got somebody in the chat that says something. Let me see. We got Desmond in the chat. The crazy thing is that Taz actually holds the position that reparations will only be achieved on a state level. He just took this debate to debate, not that he truly holds a certain position. And we can tell because he didn't debate it well. That's a fact. He definitely didn't debate it well. Definitely didn't debate it well. At all. He should have stayed away from that motherfucker. He should have let somebody else try to do that. And I think that's part of the problem. But the simple fact that it was a close debate, it shouldn't have never been a close debate at all. It wasn't argued. It wasn't argued like that. And he kept blaming the state. The whole time he's sitting there crying about the Fed, he was blaming the state. Well, according to what he was doing in this debate, I can't even see him being intelligent enough to do anything other than that, unless the subject matter was in favor of his strengths. Because he didn't impress me. He didn't even give me the ability to make me think that he was intellectually on that type of time, to be honest. But yeah, he doesn't really speak on slavery, period. That's what I thought. It's post-slavery, not during slavery. His argument is state level, is Jim Crow era upwards. Yeah, he don't know what he's talking about then. He need to get back in it. He need to get off that motherfucking internet and go read a book. And tell him I said that in T.I. voice. Y'all have a good one, man. Appreciate y'all.
We are the victims of our own innocence. We didn't expect it. We were so unsuspecting. Some of us participated in it without knowing what we were doing. And to understand it, there's 200 years of history you're going to have to look at. 1400 to 1600. It's the major turning point in world history. At the end of these 200 years, the world would never, ever be the same again. Europe had come out of its bag. It had rescued itself at our expense. It had learned longitude and latitude again. Had learned how to handle ships. They had, in their search for Asia and the spices and the sweets of Asia, they had discovered Africa en route, the greater prize. We are the victims of our own innocence. We didn't expect it. We were so unsuspecting. Some of us participated in it without knowing what we were doing.
die. I got the game in the chokehold like a slip knot. Too much ambition, I got too much drive. I'm probably due for a pitch die. Black dot, reppin' the team, reppin' the squad like a mascot. Yeah, I'm the one, you know that I got it, but I still speak for the have-nots. Big dot, I got the game in the chokehold like a slip knot. Too much ambition, I got too much drive. I'm probably due for a pitch stop. Black dot, reppin' the team, reppin' the squad like a mascot. Yeah, I'm the one, you know that I got it, but I still speak for the have-nots. Yeah. It's been a hell of a run. I done bagged all of the women I wanted to bag. I probably should slow down and settle with one. Probably should hit up my mama and tell her my problem. She always wanna pray for her son. Tell her I got it, it's nothing your God could do for me. I feel much more safe with a gun. Look what I've done, just look at what I've become. They thought I was stuck in the mud, I done came up. They gotta pay like I weigh, I made them double the funds. Niggas be hating, probably cause they wifey like me and she wanna give me the buns. She got a friend, told her that she can come too because two heads is better than one. My competition is none.